Hi, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to our meeting today, and it's our City Council, our City of Soledad Joint City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority and Successor Housing Agency regular meeting of Wednesday, May 20th, and I will call this meeting to order at 6:02. Thank you so much for those that are joining us here in our city chambers. We have a full house. It's nice to see a full house today. Thank you also for those that are joining us via Zoom or on our city's YouTube channel. Your participation, as we always like to say, is really critical to this component of civic engagement and making sure that our public participates in our city council meetings and also in this process. So just a quick reminders for the public. Today, you have several options to be able to participate, provide public comment, and some of the agenda items that we have before us today. You can provide public comments by joining the meeting, by being here in our city chambers, but also if you're joining us via Zoom, the meeting ID to be able to log on, the meeting ID for today is 846-1422-664. Also, if you don't have access to a computer, you can also join us via telephone. That phone number is consistent all the time, but the number is 1-669-900-6833. Also, just if you are joining us also through our YouTube channel, please note that you can't make public comments there. Those won't be part of the record. So in order for me, if you want your public comment to be part of the record, please join us via Zoom, by telephone, or join us in person here in our chambers. We also have a Spanish translator that's available as well. So in the event that you need Spanish translations, please note that we do have that available here. Tenemos traducciones en español para las personas que lo necesitan, que están aquí con nosotros hoy. Tenemos eso disponible también. So with that, I will call this meeting a roll call, please. So if we can have a roll call. Here.
Here.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
Here.
Councilmember Teresa Banuelos.
Here.
Councilmember Ben Caldera.
Here.
Okay, so our next item is our Pledge of Allegiance. So if those that are joining us here in our chambers, if you can please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you can please stand. And if I can ask our former mayor, Mr. Craig Stevens, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, we'll move on to additions or modifications to the agenda. Do we have any additions or modifications?
We do not. Thank you.
Okay, so seeing none, then we'll move into public comment. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council on items that are of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the city council. The public does have 3 minutes on items that are of interest. So do we have any? And if you want to make a public comment, if you can please come up to the dais if you're here in our chambers. And for those that are joining us via Zoom, if you can please raise your hand so we can recognize you and make sure that we unmute you. Also, just a couple of comments. If you can please refrain from making any personal attacks or derogatory comments when you're making your comments. And when the speaker has the floor, please do not interrupt. Make sure that you allow the speaker to finish speaking so that way they're able to make their public comments. So with that, I will open the floor for public comments.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I just want to take the opportunity to invite the public to our tacos with the team, which will take place tomorrow from 6 to 7:30 at the Soledad Community Center. It's going to be a great opportunity to talk to our city leadership, to talk about the budget, and really just to talk to us about any questions that the public may have. So again, that's going to be Thursday, May 21st from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Soledad Community Center. There's going to be tacos, great conversation. You don't want to miss out. Hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, my name is Greg Stevens. I was a volunteer firefighter here for over 25 years and last volunteer fire chief. I was lucky when I was fire chief. I had 28 firefighters, both men and women, medically first responders, hazmat first responders, trained in structure fire protection, structure and in wildland. Now, I'm going to admit our professional CAL firefighters were better trained than we were. And they do an outstanding job, but there's not enough of them. If you have ever gone into a building that's burning and you hope there's 2 more guys out behind you, B8 up, ready to come in if something goes bad, if you haven't had that experience, you have nothing to say. Personal opinion. If you have not gone in the back of an ambulance with someone bagging, another person doing CPR while a medic is doing the shooting drugs, you have no room to talk. You haven't been in those situations, and we're putting our firefighters in those situations. When you go to a regular just traffic accident, we were able to respond most often with 2 engines and a rescue. We were able to staff that. You have to have someone on the pump panel, someone extending a line. You have to have someone putting cribbing in to stabilize the vehicle. You have to someone do patient care, has to actually go in the car and start doing patient care. Someone's going to have to get the jaws out. Someone's going to have to get the backboard. We have 2 firefighters. On a good day, 3. They can't do that. We were able to respond with, when I was chief, we had 2 engines, a truck, a ladder truck, a water tender, a rescue, a command vehicle, and a patrol. We now can staff 1 engine company. That's not enough. I left in 2000. 26 years later, the call volume is greater than that. When we had the floods of the 90s, we had 300-year floods in the 90s. I want you to know nothing. When that happens, you're on your own. We had every piece of apparatus and every firefighter on duty and responding. They were doing rescues. They were doing evacuations. We were doing sandbagging. Ben, you remember. We had our wives down at the station. They were providing food service for the volunteers, community volunteers, as well as the firefighters. You don't have enough personnel. And anyone is against this, they need to be in those firefighters' shoes so they know the danger they're in and how they're inadequately staffed to meet today's needs. Thank you very much.
Wow, I don't know how to follow that, but hello, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager. My name is Lorenzo Sanchez. Live here in Soledad, been a resident here for about 30 years. Been a firefighter here at the City of Soledad, firefighter, fire engineer for 5 years, volunteer. I'm here tonight to talk about Measure A. I'm in support of Measure A. A lot of things that Chief Stevens mentioned, you really can't put into words unless you're in the rig and you're fighting these fires, you're going to these medical calls, you're going to these traffic incidents. But as a former firefighter, I personally understand the importance of having a properly staffed engine. I know firsthand the difference what a 3-man crew would make. When someone's trapped in the vehicle, when a home is on fire, there's medical emergencies, seconds matter. Having 3 firefighters on an engine allows crews to work safely, efficiently, and effectively. It protects both public and the firefighters responding to these emergencies. Our firefighters today are being asked to do more than ever. They respond not only to fires, but medical calls, vehicle accidents, rescues, floods, wildland fires. In many cases, firefighters are also first responders of medical aid. They're the first ones on scene while we're waiting for an ambulance to show up. We don't have a hospital here in Soledad. The nearest ones are in Salinas or in King City. Measure A is a local investment in our community. The funds stay here in Soledad. They can only be used for fire protection and emergency response services. This includes staffing firefighters or EMTs, maintaining reliable response times, replaced outdated equipment, and ensuring our crews have the tools to do what they need to protect the public. Most importantly, there are accountability measures built in, independent audits and oversight, ensure the funds are spent exactly as promised, and no money can be taken to the state for any other purposes. I understand that nobody likes tax increases or to pay more taxes, but the reality is that emergency services cost money. And we want reliable fire and medical responses when our families call 911. We must invest those services locally. This measure is about preparedness. It is about maintaining quality emergency response for our growing community. And it is about making sure that when someone has the worst day of their life, help arrives quickly, fully staffed, and ready to respond. I respectfully ask the council and our community to support Measure A and continue investing in our safety here in Soledad. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments? Oh. There's some, actually there's 3 online, but if you can do the written comments and then we'll go online.
I have 2 written comments. This is from David Garcia. Mayor and council members, good evening. My name is David Garcia and I live at 1300 Appalachian Street. I have already voted in favor of Measure A. I understand that no one likes tax increase, but we have to look at the cost of doing nothing. If we don't pass Measure A, we risk longer response times and higher insurance premiums for homeowners. This parcel tax is a transparent, locally controlled solution with built-in oversight to make sure every penny goes to fire and medical services. I would rather pay a few $100s a year now than pay the ultimate price later because an ambulance was too far away or a fire engine couldn't be staffed. Safety is the most basic service a city provides. Let's fund it properly. Here's the second one. This is from Henry Cano. Hello, my name is Henry Ventura Jr., lifelong resident of Soledad, and proud to say my father, Henry Ventura Sr., is featured in the history book of Soledad and Ventura Street. After his name, I vote Measure A. Soledad has grown so much. I still remember the volunteer firefighters riding behind the fire trucks, hanging on for their lives. Thank you.
And with that, just one more call if there's any more public comments from those that are joining us here in our chambers. Okay, with that, then I will take it out. I will go to those that are joining us via Zoom. And I do see, I'm going to start with Jose Ariola. If you can please unmute.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Hello,
Yes,
can you
go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to express my support for Measure A and the investment in maintaining strong emergency medical and fire response services for our community. In South Monterey County, response times are not just a convenience, but as many of my fellow residents have stated already, they can literally mean the difference between life and death. My name is Jose Arriola, and I've been a resident here in Soledad for 15 years. We are a rural community located roughly 30 minutes from the nearest hospital, and when a medical emergency, structure fire, or serious accident occurs, residents depend on having trained personnel available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with the ability to respond quickly. As our region continues to grow, the demand on emergency services will only increase. Supporting Measure A is about protecting public safety, maintaining reliable emergency response, and ensuring our residents are not left vulnerable during these critical moments. I really urge my fellow residents to vote yes, as I have already done. This is such a critical and I think easy decision to make because it's an investment in our safety. And much like health insurance, nobody needs it until they absolutely do. And you'd hate to have to rely on slow service that could mean your own death or that of a family member because we weren't speedy enough in response to a fire or medical emergency. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. And next I see Ida Lopez Chan. Ida, if you can unmute.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez, council members, and city manager. I am Ida Lopez Chan, the CEO of the Soledad Community Healthcare District. I did already see our board president say a few comments individually. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today regarding a matter that is not only vital to our community, but also deeply rooted in our shared values of compassion and care for one another. I stand before you today to express the unwavering support of the Board of Directors of the Soledad Community Healthcare District for Measure A, the proposed special parcel tax aimed at funding fire and emergency service medical services. As we all know, the safety and well-being of our community are paramount. This measure is essential for ensuring that our fire and emergency services are not merely adequate, but are robust and effective. With the increasing demands of these services, it has become clear that without additional funding, we risk compromising the very safety that we all cherish. Measure A represents a commitment to our neighbors, our families, and our friends. It's a promise that we have the resources necessary to protect life and property, especially in times of crisis. The council's initiative aligns perfectly with the mission of the Soledad Community Healthcare District to anticipate and provide services that meet the healthcare needs of the people we serve. When we support emergency services, we are directly supporting the health and safety of our community, fostering an environment where everyone can thrive. Measure A, reaffirming our collective commitment to the safety and health of Soledad. Thank you for your time and for your dedication to our community. Together, we can ensure that Soledad remains a safe and healthy community for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, I have the next hand raised is Janely Arroyo. Janely, if you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Janely Arroyo. I've lived in Soledad my whole life, which is 31 years. You know, my family lives here, my friends live here, the people nearest and dearest to my heart live here. I also work in public safety, so I've seen firsthand the hard work and the amazing work that firefighters do. You know, they put their lives on the line. They're working crazy hours, you know, missing out on family time so that we can spend that family time. And with Measure A, it really does help with more than just having them accessible. It helps with the training, with the equipment, with the hiring, with, you know, having the tools to be able to properly help everyone. And, you know, I just want everybody to think about a time that they've had to call 911 to have firefighters respond or medical services respond. It would be a terrible feeling to make that call in your time of need, whether you or a loved one needs it, and you're told, oh, it's an hour wait because our services are out of range, or you have personnel show up and there's only one person working because they don't have the funds to supply another or fill that spot. Or they get on scene and, oh, I haven't taken that training or I haven't been certified in that because, you know, they cut our budget or we don't have the funding to get those skills. You know, the firefighters, those are the people who are out here making everything calm. They're, when you have a situation with you or a family member and you're calling them, they're the ones who show up and they're level-headed, they stay calm, they ultimately give everybody that peace of mind of my family member is getting the help they need. With Measure A, I know sometimes, just the words raising taxes kind of starts getting people a little riled up, but these are services that are very necessary. And another speaker before me, they said you don't truly need it until you do. And it's something that it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. And so I'm here to speak and support Measure A and encourage people to vote for Measure A, because I've seen firsthand the amazing work that these firefighters are doing and medical personnel and these situations that these situations that they respond to, and it's just these are great people through and through, and they're signing up and joining an organization that is just, I wish they could do ride along so that people can see the things they deal with and respond to, and have to maintain a calm demeanor and speak with family members who are experiencing duress, and just the type of people and that they are. I just they're really great people, and I do think Measure A will help everybody see how great they are and help them reach their full potential.
Thank you. Thank you, Genevieve.
you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And I see Aurora has her hand raised. Aurora.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Aurora Navarro. I'm a long time resident here of City of Soledad. My parents immigrated here back in 1962, so we've been here for a very long time. And firsthand, I'm all for Measure A. And I'm one that has used 911 and called medical emergencies on my parents because they're elderly. And the first ones that have arrived before our ambulance has been our firefighters. And I do firmly believe that Measure A will help assist staffing our firefighters 24/7, and having them, respond here as they have to my household, not once but twice with my parents, and having both of them have heart issues. It has helped tremendously getting them that one-on-one medical emergency and getting them to the hospital as soon as ambulance arrives. So having them staffed and trained and having the best equipment will help our community. It's growing. We need to get in with the times. So voting yes with Measure A is the way I voted. So I hope the community and our council members will, approve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aurora. Okay, so with that, I don't see any addition. Do I have any additional comments for this item? Sorry, I didn't see all of the other individuals that were online. Any additional comments for those that are joining us online via Zoom for public comments? This is a time, if you have public comments, if you can please raise your hand to make public comments at this time.
No. Through the chair, I do wanted to let you know that I think the Girl Scouts are in the chambers and we're interested in making a comment.
Okay. So I'm gonna close the public comments, and for those that are joining us online, if there's no other public comments for those that are joining us on Zoom, then I will close the public comments for those that are joining us on Zoom. Okay, so I will bring it back then to those that are joining us here. Let me open it up just so we can make sure that we have the comments from the Girl Scouts. You got it.
Talk to Eva. Pretend you're talking to Eva. My name is Natasha McCann, Poppy, Chairman of the Department of California American Legion. I am a member of Unit 81 Gonzales, and today I want to talk about the Memorial Day Poppy and why is it so important. Every year around Memorial Day, you might see veterans or members of the American Legion Auxiliary handing out little red poppies. Some wear them because they look nice, but poppy means so much more than that. The red poppy is a symbol to remember the brave men and women who died serving our country so we could live in freedom today. The poppy became a symbol after World War I because the bright red poppies grew on the battlefield. In Flanders Field, the poppies below, between the crosses on row on row. Those words remind us after war and loss, and the poppies continue to grow as a symbol of hope, sacrifice, and remembrance. When people donate a poppy, the money goes collected and goes into something called the Poppy Fund. The American Legion created rules to make sure the money is only used to help veterans, active military members, and their families when there is a real need. As a young person, I believe it is important for kids my age to understand that Memorial Day is not just a day off from school or a barbecue with family. It is a day to honor heroes who gave everything for our country. So this is Memorial Day. When you see a red poppy, please wear it proudly and remember the heroes who sacrificed so much for us all. And know that your donation helps support veterans and military families who still need our care today. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha.
For Memorial Day show. So that way they have the timer on
Yeah. Thank you, Natasha, and thank you so much because I remember you actually gave us some pins last year for Poppy Day. So thank you so much. We really appreciate that. We'll put it here for Memorial Day. Thank you. Thank you. We'll display it. We'll display it.
So
Natasha,
yeah.
you guys want to wait? So we
through
can
the chair, it would be nice to take a picture if you could wait.
Yeah, we have a couple of presentations. So once we pause for a photo, we could do that. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so with that, then I will we'll move on. We'll close the public comments portion and we'll move on to our council presentations. Thank you everyone for being patient as we had a lot of public comments for today, which is great. So we will now go into our council presentations, and we have 3 presentations for today. We do have a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad in observance of Memorial Day for this year of 2026. There won't be a formal presentation as we do have the proclamation, but that will be provided during the Memorial Day ceremony scheduled for Monday, May 25th at 10 a.m. at the Soledad Cemetery. So we do encourage all of our community members to please join us and join the Memorial Day celebration that takes place every Memorial Day. And we thank everyone that organizes the Memorial Day celebration for our community. And so please join the Memorial Day celebration again, Monday, May 25th at the cemetery at 10 a.m. And so we'll be providing, Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez will be providing the proclamation at that time. We will also be publishing the proclamation on the city's website. So with that, we'll move on to our next item, which is a certificate of recognition of the City Council of the City of Soledad will be presented to Coach Robert Lopez. And if I can have him come up here along with his family while we provide that certificate. So let me get the certificate.
Uh-oh.
I found, yes. Sorry. We have a lot of certificates today, so I'm excited. Hold on. So let me just say a few words, and he's accompanied here by his mother, April Vega, and his father, Cesar Lopez. He has his, well, just gonna say his brother, because we have older and younger brother, right? But his brothers, Cesar Lopez, Adrian Lopez, and Damian Lopez, here today. And just talk a little bit, I want to just share a little bit about Robert. And I know it was really important for his family to be able to recognize Robert and everything that he's done for our community. And also just a little bit of a farewell as well, since he is venturing into, his next journey. But Robert taught within the Soledad Unified School District, and more particularly the last 5 years in special education within the special education program. Robert also coached Little League All-Stars for the past 2 years. Robert was a baseball JV head coach for 4 years. Robert was a football JV head coach for 3 years for Soledad High School. All 3 years winning the championship and losing only a total of 2 games in that span. So congratulations. Then for his 5th and final year, he spent his time on being a head assistant baseball coach for varsity. And now he and his new beloved fiance, who I saw her back there as well, plan to move to LA to get ready for their next chapter together in their life. So I know it was important for the family to be able to ensure that we gave Robert recognition for all his investments as a coach, the mentorship. I know, your team was really proud of you as, you concluded your softball chapter with your team, making sure that we said congratulations. I know one of the things that Soledad is known for is we have so many coaches, so many volunteers, and so many that invest back into the community, and you're one of those, Robert. So we just wanted to take a moment to congratulate you and say thank you, and we wish you well in your next journey, and wanted to say also thank you and congratulations to your parents and to your brothers for supporting you in that journey as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to see if you want to share a few words and just congratulations.
Well, first, thank you for the recognition. I do appreciate it. I also want to thank my parents. They went through a lot. They went through a lot of hardship to get me and my brothers, my sisters, to the life that we want. So there's no words I can express. Just thank you, both of you guys. Very appreciate it. And to my brothers, growing up, not a lot of people are fortunate enough to have siblings, and especially a lot of brothers never quite time at home. And that's something I always cherish. Always someone to be there, talk to, or just mess around, play around with each other. So they always cherish them. And thank you to my new family members, my new soon-to-be fiance, well, wife, sorry. But I love you. Thank you for being there, supporting me. I know the sports world that is new to you, but you're always there to support me, and that means a lot. So thank you for that. I also want to thank the coaches at the high school as well. They've been through a lot too. Like, it's kind of a weird experience for me, being a player for them and then coaching next to them was a great experience. I kept forever grateful for that. So I want to thank you to Coach Damon Ryan, Joel Rodriguez, and Robert Ramirez as well. They've been through part of my journey and wanted me the coach I am today without their mentorship and support that have given me the past few years. So yeah, but that's it. That's it. Once again, thank you, everyone.
Thank
Very
you.
nice meeting. Thank you, my parents, mom, dad. I love you.
We wish for his return back.
Absolutely, Mom. I hear you. I hear you. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And I think this is what's special about Soledad, right? It's just like all of these amazing, mentors, right? That continue to mentor others as well. And you know, all of the strength within our volunteers, within our coaches, within our, you know, peer mentors. And so, Robert, you're just a symbol of that. So thank you so much for all the love that you put into also your students, right? And mentoring them as well. And so thank you. And family, this is what Soledad is about, is, you know, the spirit of family within our community. So thank you for modeling that for us just right here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for recognizing him. It means a big deal to our family. My children were born and raised here. And it's a beautiful thing to see them born and raised here and play here and then give back to the community. It's one of the things that keeps us here, is our community, is being able to know that everyone in the community knows each other, respects each other. Even if you don't see each other on a day-to-day basis, you're able to pick up where you left off the next time you see each other. So we thank you for recognizing him. It's a really great thing for him.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, one more big applause for you, and we wish you well. So we have a few more recognitions if you want to join us, and then we're going to pause for a bit, and then we'll have some photos. Thank you. Okay, so our next recognition, certificates of recognition of the City Council of the City of Soledad will be presented to the first and second and third place student winners of the 15th Annual Migrant Speech and Debate Tournaments. And then we also have a special recognition as well to, we have, sorry, a lot of certificates here as well. We also have, for the coach, Celia Solorio as well, a certificate of appreciation as well. So I know we have a lot of the students, so if we can have them come up to the front so we can make sure that we properly recognize you. Good evening. And we also have Mr. Silva, the Migrant Senior Director, that's joining us here today. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Velasquez. Thank you, council members. Constantino Silva, Senior Director of Migrant Education at the Monterey County Office of Education, proudly representing the Migrant Education Program and these amazing students. Speech and debate is an amazing service that we have through our program. We have it locally. We're one of the flagship regions, if you will, migrant education regions with speech and debate, but it's a statewide service. These students not only won in our regional tournament, but they went on to win at the state, to place highly and be recognized at the state tournament, where 315 students from 16 different migrant education regions competed, participated. We are the host here in Monterey County of the state tournament. And it's just a proud moment to be here before you. Thank you for making time in your busy agenda to recognize the accomplishments of the students. And like you said, of Coach Solorio, all of her great work as well that went into this. But the merits, of course, go to the students themselves for all of the hours, all of the great work that you've put into it. It is a well-deserved placement, a well-deserved award. And we are just so thankful that you are taking time this evening to recognize it as well. Thank you so much. And I want to recognize my compañera Elizabeth Fausto as well.
Yes, where is she? Yes.
Yes, for all her great work all of the time. She is our educational advocate at the high school. So thank you as well, Elizabeth.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
let me make sure that I call out all the names of the students. So making sure that we recognize them. And then we do have certificates for each one of them for the first, second, and third. So let me just make sure that I do a shout out for each one of the first and second and third place winners. And yes, absolutely, Miss Elizabeth Fausto, thank you so much, because I know for her it meant a lot. She texted me right away and said, hey, our kids were like, you know, they placed first, second, and third. And then also told me about that was a regional, and then at the state where, you know, as you had mentioned, they also won the ones that have placed, I think, third on the state competition, or won first, placed third on the state competition. So she was been really proud of that and wanting to make sure that we provided and afforded that recognition to the talent that we have here in Soledad, which is amazing to be able to do that, especially, you know, as a migrant student myself, it was just an honor to be able to do that for our students. So Coach Solorio, thank you so much for investing in our students. So we have a recognition for Coach Solorio as well. Let me just read your recognition and then I'll go out to the students. Just in recognition of your dedication, leadership, and commitment to empowering students through the Migrant Speech and Debate Tournament, your mentorship, encouragement, and unwavering support continue to inspire student achievement, confidence, and academic excellence. Thank you for your outstanding service and for making lasting impacts on the students and families of our community. And I know you do so much more as well. So thank you for everything that you do. We do have a certificate for you, so stay with us so we can make sure that we you know, thank you for everything that you do.
Can I say something real quick? I'm just very happy that you've provided this space for to honor these students. They represented themselves, their family, their community, and their school so well, and we're just so super proud of them. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then we're going to do another applause, but I just want to just make sure that I just read the certificate, and I'll just read one because they all have some of the same context, but in recognition, and this is for the first place, but it'll be second. I'll call out the first place. And the first place category for high school English debate, we have Valentina Corona Gonzalez, Sergio Mendoza, Jasmine Ramirez Galvan. And in recognition of earning first place in the category of high school English debate at the 15th Annual Migrant Speech and Debate Tournament that was held on March 7th, 2026, your outstanding achievement, dedication, teamwork, and excellence in public speaking, you guys could be up here, and academic competition are sincerely commended. Your hard work and commitment to excellence serve as an inspiration to your peers and to our community. We congratulate you on this remarkable accomplishment and wish you continued success in all your future endeavors. You are Soledad superstars. So congratulations. And then on the second place category, we have Mia Melin Tirado, Jesus Padilla Gomez, Mayra Palacios Pedrisco, Lisbeth Ramos Maldonado. And then on the third place, it's Elisette Gonzalez Gomez, Leisa Herrera Fraijo, and then Darlene Molina Maradiago. Maradiago, sorry about that. Dulce Rojas Gonzalez. And so to all of them, we have a certificate, and let's give them a big hand of applause for your big accomplishment.
Mayor Velasquez, if you would allow me one more recognition, and that is for the parents of these students. The farm working parents, the long working days, para los padres de familia que apoyan a sus hijos en este tipo de servicios. No saben lo importante que es que participen en todo lo que hacemos en educación migrante, en todo lo que tiene que ver con la educación. Síganos apoyando. Su futuro va a ser mejor con su apoyo y les damos mucho las gracias porque sabemos que en este paseo no fue solo de un día, sino que fueron 3. Así es que muchas gracias por su confianza en el programa migrante y por seguir apoyando a sus hijos. Muchas gracias y reconocemos también mucho su trabajo. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing their work.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Y de parte del Concilio de Soledad, muchas gracias a los padres. Es muy importante. Le digo que yo soy, yo también era estudiante migrante y sé cómo es para los padres también. So, gracias para los padres, todo el sacrificio que han hecho ustedes por sus hijos. So, agradecidos a ustedes por todo lo que hacen. So, muchas gracias. Congratulations. So with that, we're going to pause for a minute before we go on to our youth presentations. So let's pause for a minute so we can take some photos with our superstars that we have here. Thank you. You guys can.
before they do it, yes. We'll wait for them. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, no, I was worried I was gonna be late.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, this one? Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the public as well. So thank you for allowing us the flexibility. I know we had a lot of different certificates to be able to, yeah, thank you, everyone. So we're back. Thank you for allowing us the flexibility to be able to pause for a bit. So with that, we'll move on to our next item of business on our agenda, which is our youth council report. So we do have our Soledad Youth Council members that will present the year-end wrap-up report. So, and we also have, we will also be presenting certificates of accomplishments to our youth commissioners that are here with us. So with that, I think I will ask our youth commissioners to come up to the podium, and I think it will be Cindy, Giovanni, and Marilyn to be able to join us up here in the podium to be able to give us the end of the year report and on the Safer Streets, Safer Future Initiative presentation. Welcome.
Or we're just getting set up. No, just where's my share screen?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here today to present our Safer Streets, Safer Futures initiative. I am Giovanni Bravo, and I am accompanied by my fellow commissioners.
Cindy Alcaraz.
And Marilyn Ramirez. The Soledad Youth Council. What is our mission? Our mission is to develop civic-minded young leaders by empowering them to engage in our local government, to represent the youth perspective in public decision-making, and to promote positive change through service, advocacy, and participation.
Our project overview is to inform the public, informing the public about the importance of street safety and ways to avoid incidents, especially amongst our age group. The goal is to reduce incidents primarily through just basic injuries and deaths. We hope so by providing informative videos such as the one we published last week with the police department and modeling safe behavior and what not to do while on the roadway. This in a small part will help create a safer streets in our town of Soledad and in turn provide a safe community.
So just a little bit of background before we jump into the 3 streets that we will be talking about in this presentation. We have some statistics that we have sourced from the Monterey County Regional Vision Zero Safety Action Plan. So this graph shows collision data in Soledad for the past 5 years, and it shows 90 serious injury crashes, 22% of which were pedestrian crashes, 25% head-on collisions, and 36% were broadside, which are right-angle crashes. And common causes of these collisions were failure to yield, unsafe speeding, and non-compliance with traffic signals. In total, 75% of Soledad's collisions that involve pedestrians result in serious injury and fatalities, which is around 13 to 26% higher than the statewide average. From this data, we can also deduce that people who walk are disproportionately at risk compared to other road users, such as scooters, bicycles, and skateboarders. And 3 in 4 pedestrian crashes result in severe trauma, whether that be emotionally, mentally, or physically. And with this data, we could also deduce the locations in Soledad with the highest severity. We have deduced that Front Street, Monterey Street, Oak Street, and Metz Road are the streets in Soledad that have the highest amount of collisions, 2 of which we will be talking about in the next slide.
Furthermore, based on the background information and our site assessments, not only from our youth council members and from our youth commissioners, we have concluded 3 streets: Orchard Lane and Metz Road, Monterey Street, and Park Street and 3rd Street. All 3 streets are intersections that a lot of our drivers and pedestrians use as access points to get to different destinations around Soledad. The first street that we will be talking about today is Metz Road and Orchard Lane. The issue within this street is that it is unsafe due to the faded crosswalks and bike lanes. The assessed concerns within the street is that there was no crosswalk from the Hartnett College to 3rd Street. You can see in the bottom photo that there is a student crossing the street, even though there is no crosswalk, which tells us that a lot of our students do use this access way. Yet it does not let our drivers know that that is an area that our students cross. There is also the concern of the faded crosswalk. In the top photo, you can see the faded crosswalk. In this photo, you can tell that the crosswalk isn't that visible. So let's imagine at the nighttime how our drivers see and how our pedestrians feel when crossing the street. Another concern is the high pedestrian activity from our local elementary and local park, also being a general high vehicle and traffic activity area. The Youth Council recommends creating a 4-way crosswalk. At the moment, we already have 3 crosswalks. Now implementing another one would make it a 4-way crosswalk. We would recommend to reapply our crosswalks to make them stand out better at night and to make them visible for our pedestrians and for our drivers. We will also recommend to install Central Street lighting and a pedestrian crossing signal so that our pedestrians and drivers know when it is time to cross and who is crossing and at what time. This street is also the main access point to our nearby schools, homes, and the Hartnett College, as well as a park nearby.
The main street we would like to highlight out of this presentation is Monterey Street and Park Street, with the primary pedestrian access point to Vossi Park not having a marked crosswalk, providing unsafe conditions for residents that frequently cross here. Our assessed concerns are there's high pedestrian activity, especially on the weekends, which are soccer leagues partaken at the park, as well as our fellow citizens that just commute to the park to enjoy their time. As well as high traffic traveling at high speeds being a big risk factor in the sense that it allows for unsafe conditions. As seen in the images presented on the TV, on the lower half, there's 2 individuals crossing, but once you look at the image on the upper right corner, you can see the vehicle shadowing those individuals. That not just puts those individuals at harm, but the following individuals behind the wheel that have a blind spot due to that case. Our recommendations as a council are to create a crosswalk by filling that area in, or possibly applying a drain grading that enables a crosswalk as well as maintains the in-place drainage at hand, as well as adding a stop sign on the main street to provide pedestrians the proper access across the street, or if not, possibly adding a street beacon that allows individuals to cross out the proper time and forces drivers behind the wheel to stop. An example of this being the beacon by Soledad High School.
The last presentation that we will be talking about in this presentation, or the last street, my apologies, the last street that we'll be talking about in this presentation is 3rd Street. And while we were doing our in-person site assessment, our main concern with this street that it is a very busy 4-way intersection with very faded crosswalks and bike lanes. As you can see in the first photo, this crosswalk is very faded and broken. And then in the second photo, basically a big chunk of the crosswalk is missing. As well as residents coming from all schools frequently cross here. Students from Main Street Middle School, from Hartnell College, from San Vicente Elementary School, which is the elementary school in Soledad with the largest amount of students in attendance, and as well as Soledad High School, frequently cross this street in order to get to school, making this section extremely hazardous for them, parents, and all citizens alike. While we were taking these photos, we had deduced that this is a very high traffic area during school dismissal times, which depending on the day is around like 2 to 4 p.m. and as well as when parents get off of work. Vehicles were also failing to make complete stops because of the faded stop bars and stop legends on the road. And there was also unaware pedestrians and drivers due to limited visibility from cars occupying all 4 sides of the street. I myself kind of witnessed these challenges firsthand because I live in 6th Street, so I use this street all the time to get to school when I'm walking or as well as when to get to work and to the gym. So I often hesitate a lot at these crosswalks trying to cross because a lot of the drivers are not, it's not that they're not paying attention, but you can't really see where to stop. And we as a youth council recommend to consider a pedestrian cross symbol, refurbish the crosswalk and bike lane markings, which in the photos you cannot see the bike lane markings, but if you go there in person, you can see that when you drive a little bit farther ahead up in the road, the bike lanes completely disappear. We also recommend to reinstall the stop bar and stop legend, and if possible, construct curb extensions to let pedestrians know when the street starts or when the sidewalk starts and then when it finishes as well.
Moving forward and our recommendations.
So as we just wrap up this presentation with all of the streets that we mentioned, we like to propose a long-term sustainability plan to ensure that our streets are safe in Soledad. Our first proposition is to submit annual grant proposals to fund future road safety projects in Soledad. A few examples, or 2 examples of these, can be the ATP, which is also short for the Active Transportation Program, which awards cities more than $1 million, and as well as HSIP, which is the Highway Safety Improvement Program, which grants cities $100,000 to $10 million per year. We have been working very closely with TAMC and Public Works in order to help them submit their own grant proposal for Soledad. And the information that we found and that we have included in this presentation, and as well as the events that we have done throughout the year with our youth council, is also being used to add on to that grant. So we hope that when it's submitted this summer, we're able to get the grant and fund all of the improvements and the repairs of the road here in Soledad.
Upon this, we have created a roadmap which the following youth council will continue to execute, building upon the laid framework we have laid forth this year. We propose quarterly meetings with Public Works to review established street safety needs that may get targeted, and then those issues that may persist that need to get adjusted.
And moving forward, something that we would want to incorporate is community feedback. We will create ongoing community surveys online and in person to gain the impact of the improvements and to gather information on any upcoming issues that might arise so we can put a solution to a problem.
And that wraps up our presentation. Aside from this, we each would like to bring our own takeaway from what we learned from the council, as well as our own personal.
So just to start off, I think my favorite part about being in the youth council and being a commissioner was definitely hosting the sidewalk painting event that we recently did last month. That was my favorite event because I'm a very artistic and creative person that really likes drawing and just kind of bringing joy to our community, and also it was really rewarding seeing something that the youth council came up with that helped citizens, like interact with it and also make them like really happy. And I think a major takeaway that I had from this year's cohort was definitely it gave me a sense of bettering my public speaking abilities, because before being hired as a youth commissioner, my public speaking skills weren't the best. I would always stutter. I would always, get tongue twisted and then really struggle in finding my words. And although I do struggle with this, I currently still struggle with this, it's a lot less since being in the youth council in a positive way forces me to talk with others and interact with other people in like a professional way. And I just really enjoyed my time here, and it really makes me sad that I'm going to be leaving this year. But I'm really happy for all of the things that I've been able to do for this community and as well as for you guys, what we are able to present to you guys. So thank you. That's my takeaway.
And to share a little bit about my perspective this year has taught me many things, but I believe that the most important thing it has taught me is patience. My coach always says, Rome wasn't built in a day, and surely our youth summit was not built in a day. I believe that patience came a lot with building this year's youth summit, because it not only makes you realize that something that big of an event is not based on one person. It is not based on one youth council. This year and all 3 years have been based on 3 different councils. And we have to have patience in listening to everyone's perspective and in incorporating that in some way or form. And that has taught me, in a way, patience. Patience is a great thing that has allowed me to see things in a better light and to see things in a new perspective, because it is something that was something that I have always struggled with. I've always wanted to do things head on. I've always wanted to do things fast and quickly and get them over with. But this year has taught me that that is not true, that that is a lie, and that patience is a true thing that this year has taught me. And I will pass it along to Giovanni.
I appreciate being a part of the youth council for my second year and those individuals that I have met along the way. A special shout out to all the members that made this possible this year and the past year. For those that are going to graduate alongside me and those that are going to continue. It was a great experience to learn the diversity and analysis, to think in the manner that caters all audiences, whether it's those that appeal to the audience and adults in the room, as well as those that are along our age frame. And you need to accommodate to make it more enticing and more enjoyable the experience, even though sometimes it's more of a litigation issue or looking into some items that may not be as enjoyable or interesting. It was great to learn the different diversity in opinion and analysis. But that's my takeaway. Thank you, council.
So we'd just like to open the floor. That is the conclusion of our presentation. If you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns, but yes, we all like to thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a pretty impressive presentation with all the research and analysis and the outcomes and the recommendations, and even on the budget items. So, you know, you guys did an amazing job. Before I bring it to the council, let me just take it out to the public to make sure if there's any public comments that we have or any questions from the public first. So let me make sure I take it out to the public if there's any comments from the presentation that was provided from our youth council. And I will start with any of those that are joining us here in our chambers. Okay, seeing none, then I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. And okay, saying none. Okay. Okay, then I will close it close the public comments on this item, and then I will bring it to the council, and I'll start with Councilmember Caldera.
I wasn't ready, but thank you. Thank you all for great presentation. I mean, it's very impressive, very impressive. I do have a question. How many hours did you guys put into this project here? Because it's quite extensive presentation here, all the work, but
yeah, and there wouldn't be any easy answer to that. It would be weeks, not months, with just research, outreach, and anything in between, and keeping in mind all the standards that we have to meet to make this feasible and then make it presentable. If Cindy wants to.
Yeah, I think the majority is we've been working on this ever since we first found out that we were going to do this initiative, the Safer Streets, Safer Future initiatives. And I think what took the most time was definitely tweaking the presentation and practicing in order for the presentation to come out how it did today and how it is going currently. But also the in-person site assessments were, I think, the most interesting part for us, because we got to see firsthand how the streets look like. And we highly encourage you all to also look at them in person, because photos don't do them justice. I mean, they do them a little bit of justice, but not as much as in person. So, yeah.
well, great job. I mean, from my perspective, your work is not going to go in vain. We are going to really look into it and for sure support your recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabrera.
Nice. Thank you guys so much for all the work that you guys do. And I can see that progress in yourselves. from back in the last year when you guys started until now. You have the presence that brings leadership, and that is not going to stay here. That's going to come with you, and you're going to take that wherever you guys go. And I think that that is going to help you a lot in whether you want to go to university or pursue other careers. That is going to stay with you, and you're going to start from a different level. When you don't become a leader in high school, you always enter the university with a little bit of fear. There's a lot of young people that don't have that opportunity and end up failing or just dropping the school. I can see that you guys are not going to do that. You guys will continue to explore that portion, and hopefully in a couple of years, in a few years, you come back and either become a teacher, an administration in a school, and even a city council member. So please do that. One of my friends always say that people say that practice makes perfect, but he said that is not true. He said practice does not make perfection. Excellent practice makes perfection, because you could practice the wrong process and end up in the wrong place at the same. I think that you guys have studied excellent practice, and you're going to take it away. You already have in the back people following you, people getting ready to continue next year, and they will continue. And I hope that they also bring those youth council from the other cities and show them what you guys are doing. Because I when I was there in the youth summit, I saw a couple. I was talking to one of the persons from Greenfield, and they said that they originally had 10 people coming to the youth summit, and they end up only bringing 3. And I'm going to tell you, that person was one of my students like 10 years ago. So you will eventually see the fruit of what you do, the leadership, and you will impact people, not only the next generation that is in the back of the room, but many generations to come. I love the fact that you are so young and you already planting the seed for other people to follow. So thank you so much. And that presentation is stupendous. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. It's really exciting to see that you all will be continuing on, and then some of you coming back. I think that's always great to see. I want to echo what Councilmember Cabrera said. You know, each year it's nice to see everyone getting engaged. My cousin Ayana was on the youth council, I think, a couple of years ago as well. So it's nice to keep seeing students come back. I did have like a couple questions and comments regarding the presentation. I think it's great. I know I always bring up how I like got tapped by a car while I was crossing one of the crosswalks. So like I've been there, you know what I mean? But for like the Metz and Orchard crosswalk, I agree. I can't remember. I don't think there's any stops coming from Metz, right? That's the first stop. I see Chief shaking his head. So I think that's something that is interesting that I think we would really need to kind of communicate with the county to see how we can bridge that and address that together, because some of that is on the county side. And so if there's any way that they can have some mechanism to kind of stop too. And I know for us, it's harder to navigate and add stop signs, right? Because it has to go through certain things. And I'm looking at Megan to say yes.
Yeah, we have to do a warrant. They call it warrants, but we have to look at the activity and make sure that it meets certain standards before we can do a stop sign. And I think it's complicated, and I'm looking at one, but I think Metz Road also is a highway. I think it's part of 156, which adds a complication to that as well.
Yeah, in order to add stop signs, you do have to do a stop warrant analysis, and I think it has to meet at least 2 of the warrants to add the stop sign. So that's what I was talking about when she was talking about the warrants.
But any other sort of safety mechanisms, is that also really true for that? Like if we add the lights, like as they're talking about, or anything else, how would that work?
No, the lights we can add, and we are actually planning to add on Metz and Orchard a light, like they said, and also actually redoing the crosswalks. Same thing for Palm and Third, and for Park and Monterey. We do have that already included in one of our grant applications, which is for the SS4A grant. We did include that location in there as well.
Awesome. And then I know that we brought up too about the times of when school start and end. I think that's something that I've been bringing up for the 2 years that I've been on the council, and we've been wanting to reach out to the school district, and unfortunately they haven't kind of met with us to kind of discuss that too. But I see that that's a real issue. I start work kind of not whenever I feel like, please don't send that to work. But I'm saying that like sometimes I start earlier, sometimes I start later. And when I'm starting a little bit later, I'll go to the gym, right? But then if I leave between like 7:30 to 8, I'm trying to get back home, it's really hard. A lot of folks are crossing the street. There's a lot of cars. Everybody's like zigzagging around trying to avoid the traffic. And it's because every school starts at the same time. And that's just, that doesn't really help. You know what I mean? And then two, we have, I bring this up all the time too, but people, we have crossing guards, right? And people just go and they're not supposed to. And it's hard, it's tough. We're a small town, we're growing, but safety should be the number one thing. But I really appreciate that you guys did this, that you researched it, that you brought it forward to us. And it's really great to see. And I'm hoping that this obviously will continue, right? But that you guys know that advocating for not only yourselves, but for like your group of students is something that is very special to me. Also, as being on the council, being a little bit younger too, I'm really hoping to see that you guys inspire other people to like run for office and kind of sit here and make those calls like that we're making. So thank you so much. I do have another quick clarifying question. What does SCY mean?
It was for the South County Youth Summit, so South County Youth.
Yeah. I thought it was Soledad Youth Council, and then you guys flipped it.
That's true. If you want to take it that way, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys again so much.
Thank you.
You guys, thank you so much for all the hours, the backbone and everything, and thank you for the presentation. And echoing what everyone else had mentioned and shared, just partnering up and collaborating with TAMSI is very important. And thank you for TAMSI to joining you guys as well, and Public Works. Thank you guys, big ol' shout out to you guys as well. And I do see in our strategic plan that, safety is big and it's urgent. And, you guys, your voices do matter, because we want to have that safe space for, your generation, but everybody that uses the streets. I actually, Cindy, you live around my area, so I do see and I do witness all those streets. And, and again, and just going back to our strategic plan, that is part of our strategic plan to continue to better the streets, better the lighting as well. And also you guys continuing to promote your leadership, you guys continuing to have that engagement, the civic engagement. And that is also part of our strategic plan. You guys continue doing it. Cindy, you're going to be missed. Giovanni, you guys are going to be missed too. And I was just in honor of you walking through the San Vicente students. That was amazing. So I thank you so much. Giovanni, you are a San Vicente student. But but it's okay. But I just had the honor to witness that. But again, just going back to all the hard work that you guys done, and Marlene, also all of you guys, and engaging and getting all those feedback from everyone. I so much appreciate you guys doing the work. Continue doing it. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate all of what you guys have done. And I just have to say, obviously for me in my line of work, the data that you guys put together, the recommendations and the plan, putting the financial piece, I had, some of my questions, but your presentation had all of it. So which was really important. So you guys put all that together. Just a couple of comments, and then I do have just some recommendations and questions of how we can tie a lot of the stuff that you guys talked about. And in terms of implementation, right? How do we move that forward? But I also want to say, as a TAMSI board member, I was proud to be able to say, this is what you guys were doing, because a lot of what you guys had talked about when you guys first came and presented the Safe Streets Initiative, it was a lot of what I know as a board member in TAMSI we were talking about, because we had the Safe Routes to School already. We were talking about the Vision Zero, and it was, a lot of times we hear all of these initiatives and it's like, well, how do we do everything? And there's no alignment, right? And when you guys started talking about it was, how do you make sure that you guys are researching what TAMSI is already doing to make sure that that's included in your data? And you guys did, you guys took that upon yourselves to be able to include that data. So I shared that with Ariana Green and said, hey, this is what the students in Soledad are doing, and how do we connect with them? And so, I'm glad that the connection was made, that you guys were able to connect with her, that, TAMSI was part of it, because they should be. We're partners in it. So the work that you guys were doing is in alignment with what TAMSI is doing. So absolutely proud to be able to be part of that and part of the city. And then I just have to say, when I came on board in 2016 as a city councilwoman, one of my priorities was to have a youth council. And I remember I went to Gonzales, because Gonzales was the only one that had a youth council at that time. And I said, how do we get a youth council in Soledad? Because it was just GYC, right? The Gonzales Youth Council, and we didn't have anything. And so, we started a youth council here. The council was, yes, let's start a youth council. And it's morphed into so many different things, but seeing just the outcome of what you guys were able to do, and just the work that has happened in the last several years with your group, with the youth council before you guys, it's amazing to see. Just all of what you guys shared today, what it's meant to you, the growth that you've experienced as part of this process. I think this is why, for me at least, why I wanted something like this, because our kids deserve that. I didn't have that when I was growing up, and I'm a lot older, so I know Mayor Pro Tem says he's the youngest, but I'm probably the oldest, and well, probably not, but when I was growing up, we didn't have opportunities like that. And I know we have so much talent in Soledad, and how do we provide those opportunities, right? So our next generation can continue to thrive and continue to support the next generation of, of our talent, and to be able to go to, wherever you're going to go to your next journey, and academic journey, and then come back, right? Because we want to make sure that you come back. So I'm just really proud to see, tonight, what you guys have delivered in terms of your presentation. So, and I also want to thank your mentors, because all of this doesn't happen in a vacuum. You've had, Ana Ambris has came here with you to be able to finish that off. But I also want to thank Jessica, and also, everybody also at the, from the Soledad Community Center, right? And everybody else that has been there with you guys through this whole process, mentoring you guys, being there with you as well to help you through this whole process, whether it be, our public works, all of our, community center folks that have been there with you, because it is about mentorship. It is about the adults that support as well. So just want to thank them as well for the support. So with that, my final thoughts is on these, on the recommendations. And my mom lives off of Metz Road, so I see it. I see that there's a lot of traffic. There always has been, right? With the inclusion of Hartnell College there, now it's more of an impact, because the opening of Orchard Lane just impacted more cars through there, right? And more traffic. So yeah. I see it all the time. But one of the things that I want to make sure that we work on for the next budget, because we already have a CIP budget. So we have a 5-year CIP budget. And I think what's important to be able to look at is, if we're looking at the CIP budget, the 5-year CIP budget that we already have, is how do we integrate what we already have the Safe Routes to School identified in terms of what's in there. We already have the Vision Zero that's also identified some of the key areas that we need to be looking at. And now with your recommendations, I'm not sure whether those align with some of what's already in the Vision Zero and the Safe Routes to School, and making sure that we're looking at all those three and looking at the prioritizations and what is in the budget, right? And what's already in the CIPs and the priorities, and being able to say which are the high priority areas and where can we put those in the next CIP budget? Because that's what's going to be critical for the city to be able to put those in the budget, the CIP budgets, because then those are the projects that get done and get funded. And prioritizing them. And I think my only last comment on what you guys put together is a policy guideline, right? Because if the policy is to be able to look at those high, I think we have them in the Vision Zero, those high areas, high traffic areas, right? Or high priority areas that we really, as a council, when we're looking at the budget and depending on what the budget's going to look like, that we identify those projects that are key projects, high priority projects. And if there's funding, that those are the ones that are identified first, right? To be able to look at what can we do? And if those are priority projects, then that we focus on those, because we have a lot of projects, but which ones are the priority ones?
Yeah, and if I might just add through the chair, at first I wanted to give a shout out to Rolando and Pri also with Salinas Youth Council, who were very a key part of the team, and then Eric also, who was also really important in helping the group.
Indeed.
And then I also wanted to just acknowledge Alex and Juan, and I see Alex in the picture right there. I think the timing was perfect because we are working on a lot of initiatives where some of these projects are in grant applications, part of the Vision Zero. But we'll certainly look to see what we can do outside of funding. You know, we love all these projects, and funding is the biggest barrier to moving forward. But sometimes when we're looking at funding or looking at grants, they tick different boxes. So when we apply for grants, we look at these and see what one has the best chance of getting funded based on the grant criteria. But we certainly agree with you. It's not that we don't agree with these as very important intersections. We see it too. I know the chief of police is behind. He knows. And so we know that this is probably one of the most pressing things facing Soledad is the safety. And so we're going to look for every pot of funding we can to try to get this. And I think the nice thing is that the Youth Council participated in the active transportation grant, which we are submitting. Yes. And some of the funding is actually for the Youth Council. So I think
we hope on that.
Thank you. And I think
just add one more thing to what Megan said. We have actually gotten a grant funding for some of these projects. It should be in the CIP under the pedestrian safety improvement project. So 2 out of the 3 should be funded from that grant. And we're currently in design, but it should be done either this year or next year. At the least. Yeah.
Awesome. So you guys can check that off.
And it's in the strategic plan.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. With that, I just want to say congratulations again. And then we do have a presentation. We do have certificates for all of the youth council. So let me make sure that we bring them up and be able to provide that. So with that, we do want to make sure that we acknowledge all of you and in appreciation for your participation. And this is for the Soledad Youth Council and Commissioners Program. I want to say through your leadership, service, and dedication, you have helped inspire positive change and strengthen the connection between youth and local government in the city of Soledad. Your contributions are valued and appreciated. And let me read out all the names of our youth commissioners. Giovanni Bravo, Cindy Alcaraz, Marilyn Ramirez Peña, Alexander Ortiz, Camila Mora Abrego, Darlene Espinosa, David Pantoja, Fernando Trenado Reyes, Fernando Cabrera Andrade, Hannah Milan, Jose Estrada, and Marian Damian. So let's give them a big congratulations and a big round of applause. Thank you so much. So we have these certificates of appreciation on behalf of the City Council for recognition. And then I know that we can provide these to you. And then Council, I know we took a picture earlier. Anna, I know we have, can we pause? We did. Okay, so okay, perfect. So thank you again and congratulations. And for those that are graduating, we'll see you at graduation, but yes, we'll see some of you at graduation, but we wish you the best of luck in your next journey. And, you're Soledad superstars again. And we hope, Soledad will always welcome you back whenever you're ready to come back home, and whatever you need from us, please reach out. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So with that, we will move on, Council, to our next items of business. And so at this time, we will move on to our consent calendar. So for today, we have 5 items on our consent calendar. So I will take it out to any members of the public that wish to pull any items from our consent calendar for discussion or comment. Are they any members that are joining us here in our chambers, or those that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, and I see none joining us via Zoom. So Council, I'll bring it to the Council if there's any council members that wish to pull items on our consent calendar for comment or discussion. And I have just one, item 5, just for an addition. I just want to make an addition, a comment. I just want to add language. Can we do that? 5.
It's a little, through the chair, it's a little hard to add language to a resolution, but what I would encourage is yes, maybe direction. And I know Mike is on the line too, so maybe he can weigh in a little bit here. Maybe we can figure out what the proposed change is.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, Mike, if you're on the line, that's our city attorney. Just at the end of the policy, just where the city manager is able to make changes as long as it conforms with the state laws governing electronic signatures.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
That's the only change, the only addition I wanted to make.
And again, I'm sorry, that change was?
At the end and the policy?
Okay, hold on one second. I am. Nothing in this policy should prevent the city manager, that one?
Yeah, and then
section I,
as long as it conforms to state laws governing electronic signatures.
Yeah, we can make that change.
That's it. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's no problem.
Okay, perfect. Then with that, Council, I'll entertain a motion to approve items C1 through C5 with the noted added language on C-5.
So moved with the additional added line.
Okay, so I have a motion, Councilmember Pañuelos and Mayor Pro Tem with a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Council. So with that, we'll move on to our next item of business. At this time, then we will move on to our public hearing. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll move on to our public hearing. We'll receive the staff report. We'll open up the public hearing. We'll close the public hearing, and then we'll have council action. And this is consideration of public hearing regarding vacancies in recruitment and retention efforts. So with that, I will turn it over to Fran.
Yes. Alrighty. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Francine Oy, Human Resources Manager. This evening, I'm presenting information regarding the city's staffing vacancies and our recruitment and retention efforts as required under Government Code Section 3502.3, also known as AB 2561. So AB 2561 became effective on January 1, 2025, and was created to address staffing shortages in local government and their impact on public services and employee workload. The law requires public agencies to publicly report staffing vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts at least once each fiscal year prior to budget adoption. Additional reporting requirements apply when vacancies exceed 20% of authorized positions within a bargaining unit. Currently, I'm pleased to inform you that the city does not meet the 20% vacancy threshold. The city currently has 87.8 full-time equivalent positions, in addition to approximately 36 part-time, temporary, and seasonal recreation positions. Of the full-time positions, 68 are represented by two bargaining groups: the Soledad Police Officers Association, referred to as the SPOA, and the Service Employees International Union Local 521, referred to as SEIU. Currently, the city has 7 vacancies, which include 1 Community Engagement Coordinator, 1 Community Services Officer, 1 IT Manager, 2 Police Officers, 1 Water Reclamation Operator in Training, and 1 Water Reclamation Shift Supervisor. Within the SEIU bargaining unit, there are 4 vacancies out of the 51 authorized positions, representing a vacancy rate of approximately 7.8%. Within the SPOA bargaining unit, there are 2 vacancies out of the 17 authorized police officer and sergeant positions, resulting in a vacancy rate of approximately 11.8%. The remaining vacant position is unrepresented. On May 7th, 2026, representatives from each labor group were notified of the public hearing as required. The city continues to prioritize recruitment and retention efforts to maintain workforce stability. Recruitment strategies include advertising vacancies on the city's website, governmentjobs.com, industry-specific job boards, regional outreach efforts, and various social media platforms. Over the past 12 months, the city has hired 36 employees, including 10 permanent full-time employees, 22 seasonal recreation leaders, and 4 part-time temporary employees. To support employee retention, the city offers competitive compensation, a comprehensive benefits package, updated personnel policies, training and professional development opportunities, and alternative work schedules for most positions. As a result of these efforts, the city's employee retention rate for 2025 was approximately 95.4%. Lastly, this item also aligns with the city's strategic plan goal 10.3, which focuses on fostering a healthy organizational culture and investing in leadership and employee development through effective recruitment and retention. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions now or following the public hearing of this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fran. So what I'll do is let me open up the public hearing, and then I will take it out to the public. If there's any comments, then I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for council action. Okay. So at this time, I will open up the public hearing, and I'll open up the public hearing at 7:59. So let me open it up to see if there's any comments. So any members of the public wish to make a comment on the item that is before us in resolution 6367. Sorry, it's public hearing number 1. I apologize for that. It's public hearing number 1. So any comments from those that are joining us here in our chambers? Okay, seeing none, then I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Any comments for those that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing no comments from those that are joining us via Zoom, then I will close the public hearing at 8 o'clock, and I will bring it back to council. Any comments or questions from the council? Okay, seeing no question. Oh, okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
Could you just quickly explain what is 4.8? Just so that public understands this. If I see full-time staffing is allocated as follow and administration 4.8, I'm thinking is that eighths of a human you know what I mean? In my report it says 4.8. It's not that there is 5 people or 20% of less than people, but it has to do with
And you're referring to 4.8% of,
administration. So in the report that we got is the second page. There is a graph right there. To the names of the unions.
Fran, I think what he's referring to is the number of employees that we have
it's a
4.8.
0.8. So what we do, so it's actually the HR administrative assistant. So she does not work a full 40-hour work week. She works 4 days. So it's a 32-hour position. So it's a 0.8 of an FTE.
So it's not that this person is doing this percentage in
Nope.
human resources and other hours.
No, it's 100% human resources, but it is not a full 40-hour work week position.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I do have a question. So I understand we have contractors.
Mhm.
So where does that come in play in the number of people that we have?
So that number is not incorporated in any of these. The positions here are the positions that the council approved or authorized along with the budget each fiscal year. So contractors are separate and apart from these positions that I spoke of.
So these are
Through the chair, I think it is because this is a contract, these are treated as employees. And
So-
independent contractor is something.
Yeah, council, just to make sure you guys are clear. So this is this is regarding vacancies and recruitment just for city employees.
City employees,
Yes,
this is
it's not for
does
other-
not include any contracts.
No, it's
No,
just city employees.
yes, city employees. Yes, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Okay, so with that, if no additional questions or comments, then I will entertain a motion from the council to approve the.
Through the chair, do we need a motion? It's a presentation.
It's just-
Yeah.
Provide any comments or directions. So
Yeah, there is.
no comments or directions. Okay. So
Yeah,
just
we
get a
have,
presentation? Okay.
exactly for.
Okay, perfect. So thank you. Thank you. So there is no comments or directions for this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
You're welcome.
so with that, we will move on then to our next item of business then. Council action.
And
Okay,
through
sorry.
the chair before Juan starts, we are gonna take each of these resolutions separately. He'll give an overview of the presentation. And then at a point, there are 2 of you who are gonna have to recuse yourself. And we'll stop, let you leave the room, and then after action is taken, I think Council Member Cabrera and Mayor are within the areas in which they will have to recuse themselves. But we'll give the presentation before we get to that point.
Okay.
I moved
And,
to another CSO.
and I think I reviewed the map again, and I'm just outside of the jurisdiction, so my street is not within it. Oh, because I'm near it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
okay. Okay, so let's move on then. So we will move on then to our next item, which is our item of business. And this is resolutions. We have 5 resolutions. Resolutions number 630, 631, 632, 663, sorry, 6360, 6361, 6362, 6363, 6364, and we'll take all these separately and then I'll name them. Resolutions of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving preliminary annual engineers report and declaring the city's intention to levy and collect annual assessments for various districts for fiscal year 2026, 27, and setting a time and place for a public hearing. So we'll begin and we have the staff report. And we'll have assessment district. We have the assessment district map included in the report, but we'll begin then if you want to do the report. And then we'll also begin with resolution number 6360, which is a Diamond Ridge, badge
Yes. Yep.
assessment. Yeah, which is, sorry, I'm trying to remember the name of the assessment, but
Yeah.
I'll turn it over to Juan.
Okay, good evening, city council members and mayor. It's that time of the year again where I'm here to present the intent to levy and collect assessments from our 5 assessment districts within City of Soledad and to set the hearing date. Just like last year, we contracted with DTA Associates to prepare our preliminary engineer reports. There was no major change to the assessment collected from each assessment other than a small CPI inflation adjustment to each assessment. We have our DTA consultants on the line if there are any comments and questions that need to be addressed before we take this for the final hearing next month. So with that, I'll turn it over to them, see if they want to say a few words or not.
Okay. So we will turn it over then to the consultant. So we have Kuda.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Kuda.
Kuda. Okay, Kuda.
Hello, good evening. This is Kudo Ikwede with DTA. Thank you for having us. Again, it's always a pleasure to present to the City of Soledad. Our firm has worked with the city now since 2018. So, we really appreciate working with the city. As Juan indicated, we've prepared these engineers reports similar to this year, prior years. And there weren't many changes to the calculations or the approach. So we're happy to answer any specific questions you may have. And thank you for having us this evening.
Okay, thank you, Kuda. So if we're going to take each individually then, and I think if the council has questions on each of them individually, is that what we want to do? So that way we go through them? Or how do you want to do this?
Yeah, I think you can ask questions and get feedback, but when we are taking the action, that's when we will have the 2 members recuse themselves, and maybe actually Juan can remind our council members when they need to, which items we will have you step out for.
Okay.
Through the chair, you can start with the Rancho San Vicente. Nobody is conflicted from that one, so that's always a good one to start before people have to start leaving the room.
Okay, then that's resolution number 6364. So we'll start with Rancho San Vicente, resolution 6364. So Kuda, do you want to do an overview of that, or does the council have any questions on resolution number 6364 and any of the preliminary engineers report that's provided in your packet? Okay,
This is Kuda. I don't have any further comments. I can provide detail on the amounts that are shown in the staff report. The year-over-year change was due to a CPI or a 3% adjustment for the regular cost of living, which is applied annually. But the calculation and methodology were similar to previous years.
Okay. So I have to take this out to the public, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me take it out to the public and then see if there's any questions. So any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom, I know the chief is here, probably doesn't have any questions on these. So any members of the public joining us on Zoom regarding assessment resolution number 6364 for Rancho San Vicente for the maintenance assessment district. Any questions? And I don't see any hands raised. Okay, no hands raised for that, so I will close that public, I will close that, the comment period for that. This is gonna be, I have a question, and I think this is gonna apply for all of them, for most of them, but I know that we are, so once we complete the recycled water project, because a lot of these charges are gonna go into, some of these charges are for the park water charges, and I don't know, there's a lot in that vicinity in Rancho San Vicente. So is that one of the parks that's going to be watered with our recycled, as part of our recycled water project?
The one in Rancho San Vicente.
Yeah, no?
I do not have that off the top of my head. I believe it is, but I will double check and get back to you on that one.
And my only comment with that is, if we're going to be using recycled water for those parks that are within those areas, within our assessment districts, are those costs going to go down?
So through the chair, we're in the middle of doing the rate study, so we haven't figured out what those costs are. But I think when a lot of the costs, I hate to say it, but even though we're going for a 3% or cost of living adjustment, a lot of the costs are actually coming out higher when we are doing some of the work. So once we establish a rate, every year they're going to have to do the engineering report. So we'll take a look at that and see if there's any adjustments, but in all likelihood, it's going to shift over to other costs. So
through the chair, isn't this the area where we were not able to complete the project because of the cost?
He just stated he doesn't know, that he's going to check.
Yeah, Alex is the lead on that project. He unfortunately is not here today, but yeah, I will check on that. I'm not exactly sure if that was one of the sections that was taken out of the recycled water project, but yeah, like I said, I will check on. Yes.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
I thought it was the Orchard Lane Park on the opposite side and San Vicente School.
Yeah, so that's going to be my question. So we don't know, so I don't want to, I'm not going to guesstimate here, but I think that's my question for all of the other ones. So I think for me, because that's what came up, and just to be able to get that verification, because we have a lot of parks in these assessment districts. So just making sure that I understand which ones are not included on those. So thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any additional questions? I don't have, I mean, that's my question on this one. Council, any additional questions? Okay. So,
For that one specifically?
yeah, just for this one, because we're going to go through each one of them, and then we have to, we're not going to approve them because it's just questions right now, because we're going to have a public hearing. But if we can take your questions right now on these, that way it'll be easier when we come back for the public hearing.
Yeah, and then we'll have the answers and any
Yeah.
changes that you guys
Mhm.
comment on.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any.
Park.
It is a section of that area that is a green It's not really a park, it's just a green area, but we don't have.
It is a park.
So in Rancho San Vicente, you do have a park.
Yeah, we have one
You do
on
have a park.
Market. It's a small one, but
Yeah.
yes, there's a small park in there.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it's a
Yes.
park. Okay, so no additional comments or questions? Okay, so then we'll move on. So then on that item, we don't have to approve it because we're just taking comments on that, Megan, right?
You have to, oh. Sorry. So you have to adopt,
Where's Mike? I missed
yeah.
Yeah.
You have to approve the resolution 6364, approving the preliminary annual engineer's report and declaring the city's intention to collect annual assessments. And just to clarify for the public hearing date will be June 17th.
Okay, perfect. Got it. Okay, so thank you. So I have a motion on the floor.
Second.
First by Councilmember Cabrera, second by Councilwoman Bañuelos. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Perfect. Okay, that one's done. Okay, so then we'll move on. I'll go back up to then resolution 6360, approving the preliminary annual engineer's report and declaring its intention to levy and collect annual assessments within Diamond Ridge Benefit Assessment District Number 1, Diamond Ridge Phase 1 for fiscal year 2026, 2027, and setting a time and place for public hearing, which is June 7th? No. June
17th.
17th? Okay. So I will turn this over to Kuda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I, again, do not have specific comments on this. We did apply the same methodology as previous years. The difference here is that these assessments, the other assessments, have a consumer price index CPI adjustment, as opposed to a flat 3% that's in Rancho San Vicente. But with that, I'm happy to answer any other specific questions.
Okay, so I'll take it out to the public for those that are joining us via Zoom, if there's any questions. Sorry, seeing none, then I will bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions, and that's on the Diamond Ridge Benefit Assessment District Number 1.
So Mayor, both you and Councilmember Cabrera have a conflict with respect to this district. So this should be
Oh,
the
yes,
point
and
where you actually step out.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I
Sure.
miss you. You need to be here next to me.
No, sorry.
Okay, I will leave it to to Mayor Pro Tem.
Time to filibuster. Just kidding. Do we have questions, council, about this item? No? No questions? All right, council, with no questions, I will entertain a motion to approve resolution 6361. All right, I have a motion on the floor in a second. I forgot what I'm supposed to say. I have a motion on the floor, first and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. All right, council, I will now entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6360. Anyone want to I guess I'll motion to approve resolution 6360. Can I get a second? Thank you. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, now I believe the mayor can come back, but Councilmember Cabrera needs to stay
Does
secluded.
that, and that would be for both the MAD and the BAD for Orchard Villas?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I like how my area never gets, like I'm circled green. You never bring any for that one.
And just for clarity, I believe that the two parks that aren't going to have recycled water are San Antonio and Santa Barbara. I think those are the only two parks that won't be covered. Yep.
Resolution number 6362. And approving the preliminary annual engineer's report and declaring its intention to levy and collect annual assessments within Parks and Open Space Maintenance Assessments District Number 1 and annexation number 1, Orchard Villas Miravalle 2 for fiscal year 2026-27 and setting a time and place for a public hearing, which is scheduled for June 17th. Okay, so yeah. On that, again, so I know, Kuda, you're on there, but any questions, then let me take it out to the public. Any questions from the public that is joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing no questions, then I'll bring it back to the council if there's any questions on that specific one. And I have wrote down my questions. Let me see if I have this one. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, hi. Hello, I have a question in regards to, not yet. I have a question in regards to just how the staff report out. Sorry, give me 1 second. While I'm getting this question, maybe recommendation. I know that they're all listed together, but maybe in the future we can break them up a little more. I think it's been getting a little confusing. I don't know if we can, but that's just a recommendation. And for one of them, I noticed that the change in amount is a little bit larger than the others. And so I'm trying to find the staff report. There it is. Okay. It is for the Orchard Villas Miravalle Parks. It's the only one that's larger in amount from fiscal year 25-26, 597.10 to fiscal year 26-27. It's now 650.48. So that's about a $52 increase. Just curious of what that CPI inflation was and why it's a lot larger than the rest. And I mean, I do notice that it used to be higher. It was 676 actually in fiscal year 22-23, but just curious about that $53 jump.
Okay, let me take a look at that. I think we were essentially applying. Each one has a CPI adjustment. I believe there's a 3% adjustment for Rancho San Vicente, and then there's a CPI adjustment that applies as of an April CPI versus a previous, I think it's a February or January CPI. So they do have different CPI triggers that apply. And in that particular instance, that one I believe was an April trigger, and I can confirm that. And so that change is a little larger than the other engineers' reports. But let me confirm that.
Okay, any additional questions? So I have some questions. I have some questions on that one too, and really quickly, because on that one with the increased change, I did notice that some of the costs for that assessment includes graffiti, but I also noticed that the graffiti costs are also part of costs that we all incur as residents that come out in our um regular bill, on our utility bill. So does that mean that they get a utility bill cost for graffiti and then they get an assessment cost for graffiti? So are they being charged double for graffiti? That's one question.
Maybe we can, Mike
Maybe I
Howard.
can speak to that one. I'm like,
So assessment districts that have sound walls or other retaining walls the assessment also pays for the graffiti removal of those in that district specifically. The sanitation fee that pays for graffiti abatement as well as animal services is for citywide. So you could say, yes, they are paying both fees, but the fee that they're paying is specifically taking care of the sound walls that are within their assessment district.
Okay. Yeah, and just to add on to Mike, what's Mike's saying is that the sound walls are extensive. So, you know, the small fee that we collect is really eaten up by both the animal stuff and then even just taking care of graffiti in public areas around town.
Okay, got it. Thank you for clarifying that. And then my last question on that, because on page 5 of the report, item B-B.1, there's charges for landscape improvements, but it has landscape for maintenance, or it has maintenance improvements, and it has 2 parks that are cited on that one, and it's future parks, and it has a 13,340, well, actually it has a 61-acre park, parcel G, that's located in Orchard Villas. And then it also has a landscaping for a future 7.19 acre park located in Miravalle 2 that's being included as part of the maintenance for landscape improvements. I have not seen parks here in that area. So will this is being charged a park that will happen, or they're being charged landscaping charges for a 61-acre park that's not in that area?
I might be mistaken on this one, but I believe those charges might be charging for Orchard Lane Park. That'd be the
But it's
park.
not 61 acres.
Yeah, it's
I'm wondering if there's like a
typo.
like a decimal point that's
Yeah,
missing,
like a typo or something.
is what I'm kind of thinking, that it's a typo. But can you point out to the page that you're looking
Yeah, it's
at?
page 5. Am I in the wrong report? Well, I'm in the wrong report. Is it Parks and Open Space Maintenance and Assessment District number 1, Orchard Villas and Miravalle 2? Because it's the one that's being charged 650.48. It's the MAD. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right one. It's this one.
Yeah, it is. I think, I think these are reflecting, I think it's 6.1.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure I brought it to the attention because I saw that and I was like 61-point-acre park. What park do we have? That's 61 acres. So just because we are taking out to the public, and if it's not correct, then that we correct it, because we want to make sure that what's being charged is really reflective of what landscape is being taken care of.
But is the 6.1-acre park free park? And the 7 is correct? I don't know.
Yeah, 7 is Orchard. Let me look at Orchardville is.
I believe that 61-acre park might have been for the Toledo Basin Park because it's feature. It wouldn't be 6.1.
Yeah. So can we make sure
Yes.
for CUDA, can we make sure that for next, when we have the public hearing, that that's corrected and that we know, what location that is, and that if it's not obviously it's not a 61-acre park, but that's corrected. So it reflects the correct location, the correct, acreage and what park it is.
Yes, absolutely. We'll review that and make sure it's corrected before the public hearing.
Thank you. Okay. Then, on that, any additional question? That's all I had on that one. Okay, there's no additional questions, council? Okay, so with that, then I will entertain a motion to, let me go back, make sure I get this right. Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6362, approving the preliminary annual engineer report and declaring its intention to levy and collect annual assessments within the Parks and Open Space Maintenance Assessment District Number 1, Annexation Number 1, Orchard Villas Mirabella 2 for fiscal year 26-27, and setting a time and place for public hearings scheduled for June 17th.
Motion to approve.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor, Councilmember Banuelos, and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Council. Last one, resolution. Now, can we bring in Councilmember Cabrera? Oh,
Yeah.
I have to go out?
No.
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 Oh, he remains out.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Resolution number 6363, approving the preliminary annual engineer's report and declaring its intention to levy and collect annual assessments within Benefit Assessment District Number 2, Orchard Villas Mirabella 2 for fiscal year 26-27, and setting time and place for a public hearing. Okay, so let me take it out to the public. Any members of the public have any comments on resolution 6363? Okay, seeing no hands raised, then I will bring it to the council. If there's any questions for CUDA on resolution number 63, or Juan on resolution number 6363. Okay, and this is 6363. Oh, this is the one, CUDA, this is the one that we are charging $295.88 per lot, which is the increase of 716, right? So it has a street sweeping, debris removal. And this was the one with Bryant Canyon. So I have a question. I do have a question because this one has Bryant Canyon Bryant Canal, the channel. I'm sorry. So why are we charging for Bryant Canyon? I mean, the Bryant Canal. Sorry. I thought that was county. Why are they being charged maintenance fees for the channel?
Yeah, we do not maintain Bryan County Channel. I believe, and Mike can probably correct me if I'm wrong on this, but when this was made, the assessments were formed, they probably added a bunch of the perceived maintenance in the future together, and they just included that in there, but we do not maintain Bryan County Channel. Those fees should be used for maintenance for other areas of the assessment.
One thing too that we can look up is that there might be things associated with stormwater detention that, you know, might still utilize that facility that we have to pay a fee for. I don't know, but we can look into that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would be my question, because I know it's in reference, and I have to go back and look at what specifically, but I know some of the charges were in reference to Bryant.
Yeah,
the channel.
I know in future job, past job I had, the city had to pay into a channel because they were using it for retention, for stormwater runoff. I don't know if that's the case here.
That might be it. We do have an outfall that I think feeds into Bryant Canyon Channel.
So
Tongue
we
twisted.
might
So, yeah, that
might be paying the Monterey
Yes.
County Water, whatever their acronym is.
yeah, it might just be also
Human
for
water, but
it might be for the
regional.
maintenance of that
Yeah.
outfall, just to make sure that
Okay.
it's in working order so the stormwater is able to flow into the channel.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
because the charge is 6,075, the total cost. So it just, yeah, if we can just make.
We can verify it, but I'm not certain then, but it makes sense to me because I know we've had to pay into those things in other jurisdictions before.
Yeah. And then my last question on this one is the same, maybe Mike, this is the same on the street sweeping, because we get charged already on the street sweeping. Isn't that part of the Tri-Cities contract that is already included as part of the contract that we have with Tri-Cities, the street sweeping? So do they pay separate, like, do they pay an extra charge for the street
No.
sweeping? So, but they get charged 11,991.
The
So
street
how does that-
sweeping is part of our contract with Tri-Cities, and it's a cost in that contract. And the street sweeping for the assessment districts is allocated out of that contract to the specific districts as opposed to the garbage fund.
Okay, so this is part of that
That's
station
their
contract?
allocation for the streets that are within the district.
Oh, okay, so they don't get charged extra.
Not extra, no.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Those were my questions on that one. So thank you. Okay, so with that, council, then I'll entertain a motion. If there's no additional questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve then resolution number 6363.
Motion to approve 6363.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor, Councilwoman Bañuelos and Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Bless you. Thank you. So good. So thank you, everyone. Bless you. And so just as a reminder to the community and the public that there will be a public hearing on these assessments on June 17th. So making sure that the public does attend. If you live in any of these assessment districts, please come, and if you have any questions. So thank you. Okay, council. So I know that's a yearly thing that we have to do. So we will move on then to our next item. And thank you, Chief, for being patient Waiting, and our next item now is our Code Enforcement Division Fiscal Year 2025-26 accomplishments, challenges, and next steps. And I will turn it over to Chief Valenzuela to provide us with a presentation and a staff report.
Good
Thank
evening,
you.
Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me tonight. As you know, I came into this position just after July. So bear with me on some of the stuff that we're going to go through with code enforcement. So some of the core areas of enforcement for our CSOs are substandard housing, properties that are a nuisance, illegal parking, abandoned vehicles, illegal vending, overcrowding in some of the homes, animal control, weed abatement, and zoning violations. Next slide. And all those, what I'd like to preface is that everything that we work on in those different areas, we look for voluntary compliance first and foremost. And we're constantly following up on when we start a project with those core areas. Next. So on the operational capacity and challenges, one of the things that is a challenge is staffing. So 3 community service officers at the start of the fiscal year. One of them I promoted to, well, I sent to the academy. So he's currently at the academy as of April. And then the limited legal support we have, the capacity we have within the city. Our operational impact, reduced enforcement capacity, continued response to recurring complaints, animal control limitations, no local animal drop-off locations, and ongoing SPCA service costs. And I'll share the costs later on. You see where I'm going to get to that. Seasonal increase in calls. What the team found prior to me coming here is that during April to November, migrant workers come back to the city, and now we have more calls for service with all the stuff that we just covered. Overcrowding, parking vehicles, and vehicle towing, RVs used as housing units, and open containers on the streets. Next slide. Some major community challenges we are facing currently is unsafe and non-livable residential properties, chronic nuisance properties, RVs still parking, illegal parking, and legal complexities. Again, when we talk about how we approach the current owners of the homes and places of property, we try to get compliance first and not have to go in heavy-handed and try to make them or force them to get things done. There's a process, and I will show you that in a little bit, but there's a flow chart that we follow. And again, it always starts with that verbal contact and making them aware of what we're seeing and see if we can get compliance that way. So let me touch on when code enforcement receives a complaint about people living in RVs, it's a 15-day notice is given the property owner, to be a compliance. In this case, these RVs and the property were moved by the property. Did you go back? So these are some of the pictures that depict of what we're talking about when it comes to parking in RVs. Other code enforcement major challenges are vehicles parking on the lawn, which we see a lot of that here in Soledad. Code enforcement addresses these issues by issuing parking citations. Vehicles left for more than 72 hours are also a challenge in the city. Code enforcement addresses these issues by tagging the vehicles and issuing parking citations, followed by a mailed notice to the registered owner that gives the owner time to move the vehicle within 15 days of that notice. If the vehicle is not removed, then it will be towed away. Next. So my CSOs have a flow chart, as you can see, that they have to follow. Again, it starts with trying to get some compliance, and then it trees off to different ways that we have to handle it. So if a violation is found, you see that in blue, we go to immediate action or making the party responsible to correct. Code enforcement officer then re-impacts violation or recites a violation. And then they fail to correct the violation, then the citations are issued. And then, of course, civil or criminal action can happen if that doesn't work. Then you look at the other tree when we talk about violations found. The violation can the case closed if no violation. Second inspection may be done within the calendar year, the days or the 5 calendar days of the first inspection, and the code discretion. As you go down to the next gray area, notice of an order to secure, repair, and take immediate actions. City may commence proceedings to immediately abate the violation through the either to the public nuisance or substandard building assessment process, and then go down to violation correction can close the first action if they take care of it, and possible receivership action can take place if it's not taken care of. Next slide. So when we talk for calls for service for CSO, and again, now we're talking as of April, we have 2 CSOs that are handling calls for service. But as you can see, dogs impounded for the year up to date is 170, cats and other impounds 12, ACO contacts at 383, animals transported to SPCA 62, code enforcement contacts 693, parking enforcement citations warnings 600, and vehicle abatement contacts 548, for a total activity of 2,615. Slide. Some accomplishments that I'd like to go over. When we talk about cases, hoarder cases, hoarder-related property, residential overcrowding cases, and vacant, dilapidated property rehabilitation. All these things are dealt with by the CSOs with the help of housing development, which again, the goal is to get it either cleaned up or take some kind of action after that. The highlighted story is property tied up in probate, the coordinated notices and court process, and facilitated rehabilitation through new ownership, which again might happen at some case. They tend to sell it because they don't want to fix it, and then somebody else comes in and takes care of it and fixes it, bring it back up to code. Code enforcement officers receive a complaint about a single elderly male who was living in a hoarding conditions. Code enforcement officers were able to bring the property back into compliance after contacting the son who oversaw the property, bringing it back to the compliance and seeing it. So that's what the house looked like when we first got it. Son comes in, fixes it, cleans it up. That's what the house looks like now. Next slide. All right, so accomplishments, housing and neighborhood stabilization. So code enforcement officers also address vehicles parked on private property that create a public nuisance. A notice of violation is required along with photographs to document the case. A letter is also required to be mailed to the property owner and the registered owner. After a 15-day period, if the vehicle isn't moved, then the vehicle is towed away. The owner of the vehicle is still able to get their property back. If the owner does not claim their property, then the vehicle is junked. In this case, this vehicle is removed from the property, and the owner was able to get recover his property from the car. So again, as you drive around Soledad, you see plenty of that. So then we'll talk about animal welfare, near and dear to our hearts. Animal control services were called out to the scene of a warrant service after dogs were found being kept in a small kennel. The kennels were, the owners were educated for their actions and admonished. So they fixed it. They're back. I will say, and I said this earlier, I want to tell you how much money we spent when we don't get this fixed. So to date, for the fiscal year 2025-26, we've paid SPA $189,000. to house dogs for Soledad, which is a big amount of money.
Through the chair, one thing I wanted to educate the public about is when people in the public actually go and drop off an animal and say they're from Soledad, we get charged. So it's, maybe, maybe think about, how to handle that. I know, so anyhow, just letting you know.
All right, next one. All right, so this was a case that was handled before I came on. It was a rat infestation. You guys probably heard about this house because it was being worked on for a long time. This house was terrible. And so the pictures depict what it used to look like and now what it looks like now. I kept all of the gory rat pictures out, so I know that nobody's had dinner, so. Next slide. The next one is illegal vendors. So again, these are things that happen in Soledad. And if it's not for either vendors that have their license and permits to do it, that's normally where we get the complaints from, that somebody's selling in the city that doesn't have a permit. So we've gone out, we've cited, we've educated and cited. If they continue to come back, we give them a process, a flyer to tell them, hey, this is how you can legally do it in Soledad, but you can't, you got to stop it now. And I think Beatriz can share with you how successful that has been when you tell them the right way to do it, because they just don't know. And we should be educating first before we take any kind of action. Okay. And then I'll give the floor to Beatriz for her part.
Thank you, Chief. And I'll do the second half of the presentation on the coordinated efforts. And these efforts include the police department, where code enforcement is housed, community and economic development, and also our fire department. So normally we have bi-weekly meetings when needed, or bi-monthly. Code enforcement will join one of our meetings. And that's a space really to follow up in some of these cases or see how we can collaborate either with the building officials or with planning. So we have that time allocated just that we can go over the cases that have been reported and see who can provide more guidance or who can start the process, who's going to do the follow-up. Because as the chief mentioned, a big portion of code enforcement is trying to get people to comply before getting to a point where this becomes a legal case. So the amount of follow-up that it takes to get somebody to comply, it's extensive, especially when we want to work with residents. We see that they are complying, but that they need additional extra time. So that's where coordination from the different departments comes in. The fire department and Chief Luckenberg is here if we have more questions about this one, but we have actually really fresh data on weed abatement because we're in preparation for the summertime. So some of the notices were sent out already. These notices are sent out for commercial inspections, but also to multifamily and life safety inspections. So in 2026 so far, for the weed abatement program, 59 parcels were identified as parcels that needed to be cleaned up. Out of those 59, 35 complied voluntarily, and they mitigated they abated the weeds in their property. There is still final inspections that need to happen, and those will happen mid-June. And with community and economic development, I think council has been well aware of this long process that it's taken to get the riverbed encampment resolved. Not just the encampment and people living at the encampment, but that also opened the door to illegal dumping. So a lot of the times, our business may think that it's the people that are living there that are bringing all of this trash. But in working with code enforcement, we realized that it wasn't just the people living at the encampment, it was also people that were dropping off trash there, and it wasn't necessarily something that was usable. They just saw that there was a bunch of trash and they realized this is a place where I can just dump my trash as well. So we work very closely with code enforcement. Even before I started with the city, former Chief Wasson was working very closely with code enforcement to make sure that people at least were being notified that code enforcement was patrolling the area. And as I came on board, we started ramping up some of the services for the participants that were homeless so that we could safely remove the encampment and truly enforce no more overnight camping, but also no more illegal dumping. So now we are holding the property owners accountable for any dumping that happens after we have removed tons of trash. And this is where code enforcement has been very essential and key, making sure that they continue to patrol after we remove the encampment and the trash. And this is a picture of that before and after. This is the overpass. And this picture doesn't show the initial stages, but you can see the difference. Another important partnership is with some of our properties need rehabilitation or they're not safe to occupy. Code enforcement works very closely with the building official to make sure that first we try to contact the owner. As Chief mentioned, we want voluntary compliance. That's our first goal. And sometimes we are successful at that. The amount of work that it takes to get to that point is extensive, but it's worth it. And this is a successful case of a property that was very dilapidated. Some portions of the property were burned down. The building official determined that this property was unsafe to occupy. We rec-tagged the property. We contacted the property owner. Code enforcement did all of the follow-up. And one of the relatives finally decided that they were gonna rehabilitate the house. So the first picture that you see is the front of the dilapidated house. It doesn't look as bad. Maybe the roof looks a little that it needs attention, but the back of the property is the middle picture. And then when we contacted one of the property owner, one of the relatives, they decided to rehabilitate the house. So the last picture is the rehabilitated home. So code enforcement and their work plan. So on our strategic plan that now is our guiding document, we have 42 actions that pertain to code enforcement. 2 of them are urgent, 33 are semi-urgent, and 7 are long-term. These actions are housed in different pillars: the economic development pillar, housing, and public safety. So far, code enforcement has already completed some actions, which is the collaboration with departments to address blight, reduction of police officer involvement in non-criminal code enforcement. I think that's been a very good success that code enforcement goes out before turning something into a criminal case, because really some people are willing to comply. They just need a lot of guidance. And code enforcement, even though now they only have 2 code enforcement officers, they have been really good at working with people like, okay, I see that you're making progress. This is your deadline. But if you were not able to do this and it's still safe to some extent, it's not as dangerous, we'll give you a 15-day extension, we'll give you a 30-day extension, but they are constantly checking in with open cases. And it also requires, and we have been doing, I think we are improving. We can definitely continue to grow on this path. The interdepartmental case review and coordination, I think we are learning all of the different departments, how we can support better one another, but we have made a lot of progress with code enforcement. What we think that are some of the next steps, they involve different areas: economic development, housing, public safety, and of course, animal control. The ones that you see in yellow are the ones that have already started or we have made some type of progress already. So under economic development, education and outreach to businesses to improve compliance, that's something that we feel that we already have created a structured and a process to make sure that our economic development coordinator is working with businesses, or that we are talking to planning, that we are looping in code enforcement so that we're all one team. We also want to create a clean and welcoming downtown environment. That's one of our tasks on the strategic plan. We think that it's in progress because we already received the Clean California grant, and we hope to implement some of this funding to continue to make our downtown more welcoming and clean. Under housing, even though we are proactive in enforcement when it comes to some of the housing cases, we don't have as strong of a data collection. So our goal for our next steps will be to make sure that we are collecting data so that we can better orient our decisions. And also we are more competitive when applying for grants. Grants to support low-income property owners and seniors with improvements. Some of you may recall that a while ago we had a rehab program. We don't have it right now, and we can see that some areas of town, they really need that support. So we are constantly looking for those additional sources of funding so that we can bring back those type of programs so that we can help people age in place. Sometimes it's just that they need some basic improvements that they cannot afford. Also, we want to minimize displacement and emergency relocation assistance under housing. Again, that's also policies, and actually this is also part of the goals in our housing element. So we are working on that one. We haven't necessarily started a program, but definitely it's in our forefront. Public safety, as I mentioned, with abatement, our fire department is always very proactive about this one, especially around this time of the year, just to try to prevent as many fires as possible. RV parking, we have already started a process with some of the RVs. Our code enforcement officers have driven around town and they have identified some of the RVs. Some of them, it looks like people have been living in those RVs. So we have a list. Then planning will issue a letter letting them know that they shouldn't, that the RV has to be removed from their property, that it's illegally parked or stored at a private property. And then code enforcement will follow up with the time to give them a deadline to either remove the RV or make sure that they go into compliance. They inspect to make sure that nobody's living at the RVs. During those inspections, they have found people living at the RVs, and we have had to provide additional action on those. But that's a process that, even though it's a process that can always be improved, we feel that at least we have started it. That's why that one is in yellow. Public education, I think we can always do more public education. Standardize protocols and create a performance dashboard. We don't have that yet, but I think with the strategic plan, it will be a good tool to have so that we have it front and center. And animal control, we respond to complaints proactively. Code enforcement does. We can, and one of the things that we could do is facilitate an affordable vet and spay and neuter services. Today we had SNP here in town. But we know that we don't have the level of services that our community needs. So this is something that we also continue to have at our forefront because it's been a need that a community has outlined it or has highlighted for a long time. And also under animal control, monitor and explore programs to reduce community cat feral cat population. Yeah, we've had some reports, especially in some areas of town, like by the marketplace. We have seen a lot of cats running around. So definitely we will be proactive about looking for some of those programs. Now, to implement some of these programs or to do follow up on those more complicated cases, we have some challenges. And those challenges, they come with some portions of our municipal code being a little bit outdated or not having as much information as to how to guide us in the process. So we have also limited enforcement mechanisms to report violators, and we need a clearer enforcement procedures. We do what we can with the guidance that we have, but we feel that our code it's outdated for some of them. What's happening currently in the community? What are the current struggles in our community? Some of the solutions that we identified to address these challenges is to have a comprehensive review of the municipal code, to also update the code to improve administrative enforcement, alignment with the state citation limits, and also create an enforcement procedures and documentation across the departments. Work with legal support and abatement orders and potential receivership cases, because even though Mike, our city attorney, does a great job as our city attorney, really we need some legal guidance that it's really specialized in code enforcement, because we do have some of those very complex cases where they may be going in the direction of receivership, but in order to get there, having the right documentation and the right timeline is essential so that we can do cost recovery. And that's why we feel that code enforcement needs a specialized legal service so that we can do cost recovery in those more complex cases and that we can actually get them to a resolution.
And with that, if you have any comments or questions, both of the chief and myself and probably our city manager can help with that.
First of all, comment, thank you guys for putting this together with the accomplishments and challenges and next steps. I so much appreciate it. Thank you also for the code enforcement officers, because I see them around a lot, around my area. But with that being said, just a quick question. I do, maybe, Chief, you can answer, or Chief Luckenbach, I do get a few calls, just a question. I do get a few calls in regards to picking up an animal that is like a fish and wild, like raccoons or something. I do provide them that link, but was there a way that we can provide an additional phone number so that way they can contact the Fish and Wild?
So I can answer that question.
Okay.
I think the bigger question is, why isn't our dispatch answering that question for us? Right? Because they have all these resources. They have all the phone numbers that we have. Why aren't they
Chief,
getting-
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think what you're saying is really important, but it's
Oh.
off the mic. So
I'm sorry. So the bigger question is that why isn't our dispatch not answering those questions? Because they have those resources just like we do. And so it's problematic for the officer to get that call as a call for service to answer a question that dispatch could answer.
Okay.
Does that make sense? And so those numbers are readily accessible. They're searchable by Google. I think the educational part that we talked about is part of it, right?
Mhm.
Hey, you don't need to call the police department for that. You can Google it yourself, or just call dispatch to be given that information. It shouldn't be a police call.
Okay. Because we do get some residents that say is like, well, I don't want to call the non-emergency. Can I just call the police? And then they provide that number. You know, I don't know.
And it's that, again, educational part again, right? If we don't tell them how to get to the water, then we're doing a disservice, right? So our educational portion is missing with that. Even like I took a call today where little girl hurts her foot in a private parking lot. She falls on a little crack. Well, it happened on private property. But dispatching a police officer to go take a report on private property, which we don't do that, right? And I get it. Father's concerned. He thinks the public or that parking spot belongs to the city of Soledad. So he's looking at something bigger, right?
Mhm.
And so again, dispatch could answer that question. Say, hey, it's already on private property. Police department's not going to do anything for you. You might want to contact the business owner or the property owner for that property
Okay.
and get it resolved that way.
Thank you. And then also you had mentioned, I think you or Beatriz, in regards to the follow through. I know that those cases that we took care of, has there been any follow throughs? Have you guys discussed who's doing those follow throughs? Or is it you guys or?
Yes. So there's a little bit of what's missing up there is that there's always going to be maintenance when it comes to those properties that we have to follow through. So on occasion, we'll drive through CSOs, the chief, the lieutenants, the sergeants. We're all aware of what houses that we've dealt with. So we're always checking on them. Again, it's part of that maintenance. We have to keep up on it.
And then I also want to add, it's building those relationships with our residents too and engaging. And again, as you mentioned earlier, educating them pretty much. Because I mean, I like to just do things fast, but to me, it's like, okay, no, I have to understand. I have to reach out to someone and there's a follow through, you know. So I totally understand because I'm Eva's doing that.
Yeah.
But another thing too is one other thing, Chief Luckenbach, I think you can answer this one. We do get a lot of concerns, and I do mention to them about the weed abatement because they always say, oh, they're just cruising around and they're just not doing anything. Can you elaborate why they're doing that?
You mean as why they're driving around looking
Mhm.
for weed abatement issues?
Yeah.
Well, it's at the end of the day, it's to prevent damage. I mean, what we look at is, does someone have property where there's weeds or any fuel type that's gonna, if it catches fire, will it cause damage to someone else's property?
Mhm.
That's the target. Those are what they're targeting, is to prevent any damage. We allow safe and sane fireworks within the city, so our goal is to get this all completed before July 4th.
Okay.
So they're not, yeah, it may look like they're driving around, but they're driving around to actually site these parcels.
Okay, for the public again, can you repeat what you just said? Before what, 4th of July?
July 4th is our target date.
Mhm.
We don't, we try to get the week before July 4th
Mhm.
because we know we start selling these earlier. But that's the ultimate goal. We start in April, fuel types, and if we do it too early, then we have to get it again in June. So the goal, ever since I've been here the last 4 or 5 years, the goal is to have it completed by July 4th. That's kind of our deadline date.
Okay, thank you. Was there a possible way to also, I don't know, there's maybe, if we can add this to Eric, to do like a social media weed abatement and then also do the engagement, because I love that I don't see any other city here in South County doing it, what you guys are doing and engaging with our residents and community, like, hey, you know what? We want to educate you guys. We want to, with the illegal vendors, I've seen that, engaging with them and showing that education. But their mindset, guys, is no, because they're just going to charge me. They're just going to charge. Well, of course, we're going to have to get, we have to charge them, but, the city can work with them. So I want to just appreciate what you guys are doing, because again, I don't see it anywhere else in South County. So I think we are just, we're up there and they're seeing us. So what we're doing. So thank you guys so much for what you guys do. So
And,
thank you. And also the engagement.
Through the chair, one thing I did want to comment that's probably a little bit lost in the public is that we actually take the engagement approach. We take the approach of outreach to educate an individual, to give them a warning, to sometimes give them second warning or more time. And so 80% of the cases, there's a lot of work that goes on, but they voluntarily comply. So sometimes council or public never notices those things because they get addressed. But it's those very difficult cases, and that can take years to resolve. And as Chief mentioned, it's a constant because you have folks that have challenges like financial challenges, mental health challenges, and other challenges. So it's a lot of time that code enforcement and also staff of the fire department, community development work to get compliance and then to keep compliance. So unfortunately, we cannot really show. We can show the number of contacts, but we can't show, like, sometimes these cases are like 80 hours of work behind them, like the rat infestation. All of us got, called about it, involved in it. And so that was just a lot of work. All of us, even the council.
Yeah.
So
And
thank you.
And thank you, because again, it's a lot of our senior citizens and, and thank you. It's health, safety, it's health, self-care, the hoarding and the rat infestation. So I think about that. I think about senior citizens that live by themselves. And that's my concern. And thank you guys for doing what you guys do. So everything here, guys, is behind the scenes of what they do for us. So I just wanted to acknowledge them because they do it behind the scenes and they're not getting recognized. So I just want to commend you guys. So thank you.
Yeah, I remember the rat situation. I had my Ted Cruz moment. I was on my way to Mexico and I was like, oh, it was like all over the news and I was like, dang, okay, I'm gone. But it was handled really well and I am very appreciative to the group that helped. I forget the acronym, IPM, ICM.
I was a local IPM.
IPM, yeah, so that was really great. I do have a couple of questions for like abandoned vehicles. When they're parked on the street, what would constitute an abandoned vehicle? Is that over 72 hours?
Yeah, so good question. There's a lot of factors,
Right.
right?
Chief, I'm going to ask you to.
Right. There's a lot of factors. Registration can be expired, weeds, oil coming from the engine, dripping onto the street. So there's a lot of things that can happen that are immediately they have to be towed. But in your question too, like if we don't see none of that, and it's just parked there, it hasn't moved, we tag it. We give it a 72-hour tag. We send out a letter and we let them know, hey, we noticed your car in front of your house. We know it hasn't moved. We'll mark the tires to see if they do move it. But again, it's a process, right? And a lot of times they'll just move it. They'll move it a couple inches and then they'll call it a day. But again, when I talked about maintenance, like that's the follow-up that we have to be doing all the time because there's not enough parking in Soledad, right? Everybody's parks in their yards, they park in their driveways, they park on the streets, but there's just not. I mean, and so when you talk about a community who probably share houses a lot, there's a lot of cars, right? We're not telling you can't park your car, just park it the right way. I mean, we have streets, we have elongated streets that on the side of them that you can park on the side if you do it properly. But in front of the house, like it's an eyesore, number one. I mean, we can't look at the front of the houses if they're all parked, like these cars are parked in front of the house, right? But then we talk about other stuff. We talk about cars that are parked in the yard that are leaking oil. These things are still a problem, right? Because the environment, that stuff goes in the soil. So now it becomes an issue. And you talk about going in the water, it becomes another loophole. But I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and then also, I know that folks like they own their driveways, right? But like if they have a car that's totaled and they park it in the driveway, is that a nuisance or is that just allowed? Or
so again, it's the same. If it's properly registered, absolutely, it's theirs, right? They can have it parked there. But again, if it's just collecting a bunch of junk and it's an eyesore, then we have to go deal with it, right? Because and what I want to also say is a lot of times it's not the police department, it's other residents, it's other neighbors saying, hey, we couldn't do that. Why are they doing it?
Right.
Right. And so as a police officer, we have to go investigate it. And then we find out because we can't see the registration because it's parked up against the driveway. We see that it's not registered. We see that it's not insured. You have to have that stuff in the state of California. And when it's not, then we take action.
And then I know that for still with the parking, I know that there's been situations where people are fighting because you're parked in front of their house and it's public property technically, so they can park there, and then folks park in a way that blocks so other people can't park, and that just causes a lot of issues. I don't know.
And there's nothing we can do about
that,
that.
right? So it's just like
it's when we start looking at things like that, it's if they're blocking a driveway, right? You can't block somebody's driveway for access. If you're parked too close to a stop sign, because most houses live on a corner, can't, and trust me, in the last month and a half, I've gone out and just educated people. Hey, we have a law in California. You got to be 20 feet back from the stop sign, blah, blah, blah. Where I come from, curbs are normally painted red so people know that they can't park there, right? I think currently we only do that for hydrants, and that's 25 feet, right? So yes, people get upset that I'm telling them to move their car, but would you rather me give you a ticket or would you just rather move your car?
And on the note of tickets, when tickets are given, where does that funding go to? I don't know if that's my question, you question, Megan question.
Well, what we're using is we're doing a traffic court situation, I believe, for most citations. And so we don't really get much money out of it.
Yeah, we get a percentage.
Yeah, if it basically funds most of the traffic court administration. So we get we could probably tell you with the budget, but it's very minuscule. It doesn't even cover a fraction of our costs. It's not really a money-making tool. I mean,
More,
the
yeah.
public should know this, that we're not trying to make money. We're really actually just trying to educate the public. And when warnings don't work, we have to take it up to the citation level. And I know I got a really expensive ticket one time when I missed moving my car for street sweeping. And it's, I never forgot that after that. So.
And again, and it's part of that educational portion. Like I said, it's better to talk to them when you can catch them, because most people are working during the day. Catch them when they're home, and talk to them and say, hey, you can't do it. It's going to save you, $200, a $200 ticket to not do what you're doing, right? And most people, I think I've only maybe encountered 2 or 3 people that kind of balked at it, but I can give you a ticket. I mean, that's the back end of it. Get a ticket or fix it, right? And again, majority of people will say, yeah, I'll move it.
Awesome. And then my final one is, I know that we talked about weed abatement for like big parcels, but like when you're walking just sidewalk, you know how things kind of overgrow. How do we do that? Because that's like ugly, and that's a lot of places in town.
So if it's a weed abatement issue and it's like city property, if you notify the fire department, we can take care of that because we handle that with Public Works and they'll mitigate that. But a lot of we got to remember, we get some complaints sometimes that people say, my neighbor's backyard, I could see. We can't look over a fence into someone's backyard and say there's weed. So if you can't see it from the general location of the street, there's not much we can do. If someone sees it from the second story of their house, if it's in someone's private property, we really can't do anything.
I'm talking about like sidewalks, like as you're walking through sidewalks, you know how like sometimes there's the house, the sidewalk, and then there's like the little edge again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's an easement or something, I mean, we try not to cite an individual for that because we got to remember, if it catches fire, what's the damage?
Right.
And if it's an aesthetic item, we're not trying to cite people for aesthetics for weed abatement. So we got to be careful on that. We could educate them to say it could be a fire hazard. I mean, the wind in Soledad, if it were to catch fire, it could throw embers. But we try not to do aesthetics as much as property damage, if that makes sense.
And through the chair, sometimes we can address it through normal code enforcement or blight. But as Chief Lukenbach explained, there's very specific regulations as it relates to weed abatement, because sometimes people will say, that's my garden choice. I have natural grasses or other things. And so it gets a little challenging. But code enforcement does look at properties kind of globally. And I think there was an example at one point where there was someone with a really unkept lawn that they were able to do a code enforcement action on. So there are times that we are able to do that. And the same is true with the public right of way. If it's blocking or affecting like access, I say that to the public, the best thing is to just report it, put in a report, and code enforcement can follow up.
And they do a real good job. Again, when they go contact these people for something that's predominantly minor, right? It's the educational part that has to come with that. And the CSOs do a really good job in telling them, hey, look, we're coming out here just to advise you that this is becoming an issue. Again, 9 times out of 10, it's a neighbor calling saying it's an issue. And so we have to have some kind of resolution. We can't just walk away from it.
Thank you, Chief. I think the education component is critical because we haven't had much of that in our community for a long time, and code enforcement is critical. So I know we need to do more of it. how we do it where it's constructive. I think it's gonna be, something to work on. But yeah, the education component, I agree with you. Councilmember Cabrera?
Thanks. I think most of my questions have been answered, especially when you have a car at home. Like I knew a bunch of guys that had a car that were planning to fix 10 years after the car was still there, no fixing. But couple of things that I got from people is one, sometimes people because of the lack of parking, they park their truck or their car on the front yard. Some of them don't have grass exactly for that purpose. And I know a couple of instances in which they broke the sidewalk a little bit so that tires can go up. What can the neighbor or the people around the house say or do? And there's also a couple of instances in which instead of breaking the sidewalk, they build a little bit of they put cement so they can go up, but they're blocking the flow of water in that way. What can neighbors do?
So I think the city manager answered the access, right? It's part of that access. If they're stopping something from happening, it's part of the access, so they can call and report that to code
They
enforcement.
can report it out.
Yeah.
Okay. And the other thing is that I know some people that have a lot of weeds in their yards and in the backyard in front. Many of them are seniors that don't have help, and some of them are disabled. And I was wondering if the city has any kind of programming which we can cut the grass from them or help them in some way.
Yeah, through the chair. I think it's something we have been asked about and something we can look into. It's probably better for the city not to get involved, but looking at other organizations that, maybe talking to the Alliance on Aging as looking at, is there a program that, could be grant funded where the city, partners, but they carry out the work. Just because once the city is involved, it's way, well, there's liability issues, but there's also expense issues. We have, a lot of requirements in terms of our purchasing process. We have prevailing wage requirements and other things. But I know I worked in a different city I worked in, we partnered with Habitat for Humanity in a clean and green program. And we provided some funding, and we, through code enforcement, gave them the cases. And then they, as the nonprofit, were able to come in and do some of that work. So that's something that we're actually exploring right now as a way of helping. But it becomes problematic when the city gets involved in direct service.
You said Habitat for what?
Habitat for Humanity.
It's a big organization. The city I came from, we used it a lot. There was also, and I don't know if California has it, but we had a grant for weeding seed. And that was a ton of money that we would go and we would use it for the elderly. And we would clean their yards. And mind you, the work came from police officers off duty, public works people that wanted to pitch in to help clean this house up because the elderly people live there. But all this stuff was done through a grant.
Okay.
We also partnered with Lowe's and Home Depot and all these places who have to give up some kind of money every year to give us supplies to do that. Unfortunately, we don't have a Home Depot or Lowe's. We have Tractor Supply but we haven't visited that yet with Tractor Supply.
Okay. And the last thing is, I know this is probably a ridiculous idea, but some of those people, especially that group, the elderly and disabled, they get home, they go to their doctor's appointment, they get home, and there's no way to park. So there's either because they live with other people or things like that. Is there any way, and just so that I can remove my idea from that, that we can allow for blue parking space in their homes so that so they don't have to park around the corner?
Yes, through the chair, we can look at having handicap parking in the neighborhoods. And if they're handicapped, they should reach out to us and we can take a look and see. But you are, in those cases, there are abilities in the public right of way to have handicap spaces. So it's something that we can look at. But I would say if there's an individual that's having a challenge, to reach out to the planning department, public works, and we can kind of look to see how we can accommodate. As I think council knows, we approved a reasonable accommodation in the code. So we are supposed to think of those things as to make folks' lives easier if they're disabled or, seniors with those issues.
No, a lot of possibilities. Do we have enough people to do the code enforcement in the city?
The city manager comes from a big city. I come from a big city where, 3 is not enough. We had squads of CSO people.
Okay.
And we had them north and south. So teams of 8, total 16 for the city. And then plus we call them CSOs, but they went around doing all the parking for us. All they did was parking and they were all civilians. One of the things that I'm looking at, and just to throw it out there, is like, we should have volunteer programs that do that.
Yeah.
Right. But those are things in the works that I want to bring to the city.
Through the chair, just obviously one of the biggest challenges right now is funding. And so we, as the public knows, and it was mentioned today, we have a tax Measure A on the ballot. And that's really going to affect the future. If it doesn't pass, it's really going to affect services and we might have to look at service reduction. So, I think we just have to keep in mind that while we would love to do these things, we have a very limited budget and we're doing the best that we have with the staffing that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Chief, when I came from Region 2, when I worked for the city of Salinas, I funded my position when I was able to services, so I appreciate the program.
Yeah.
Councilmember Caldera.
Well, thank you, Chief. Thank you, deputies, for your presentation. I believe we're on the right track, right? A perfect approach. I believe that the approach we're taking, giving people more of an informational and educational more educating them. I believe that's the right approach. With the Measure A that we're experiencing right now that we want to pass, I think it would be unwise to go any other way, and I believe we are on the right track. Because if we get too pressing a load to as it is, police departments are not, while people don't the approach or the reaction from people is totally different or negative to police departments. So I believe that's the correct approach, and I think people will react and will be more supportive of police department and fire department, for that matter. Right now, like I said, Measure A is on the ballot right now, and I believe our approach is perfect for it. Giving people the chance to get involved with the police department and public service more than anything. The questions were actually answered. All my questions I had answered before my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And anytime the mayor, council members, you guys want to go on a ride along to see firsthand the front row seat of what happens out there, I would suggest doing that, because if you see exactly what my officers have to do day in, day out, and whether it's day shift or night shift, they're going call to call. Again, some of the calls that we take probably could be handled over the phone, but more importantly, being more visible, right? Getting out of the cars and talking to people and letting them know what we're about is probably the better part of being a police officer, right? We can most certainly call everybody and tell them what we're doing, but if we have a face-to-face contact with them, that's more appreciative. And I've always, throughout my career, and even as I became a supervisor and going forward, I always tell my officers, do you want the A game or do you want the B game of the best of that officer? And if that was your parent, do you want your parent having the A game or the B game? You always give your A game, no matter who it is. And people appreciate that. You have to go the extra mile. And part of the extra mile is we don't have to take you to jail. Let's educate you. Let's tell you why we're doing what we're doing, right? So you're more informed now. So maybe that curbs the behavior and you won't do it again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. I just want to say thank you for the information, Beatriz. Thank you. I pulled up all the statistics that we've gotten from the last report for 2025, because to your point and what you had mentioned, I mean, looking at all the calls that you get for service, the contacts, over 15,000 just in, last year, and the contacts that you guys have, the calls for services, but also, as you had mentioned, the code enforcement contacts, and then just the calls for services, right, of what you guys are doing out there and what the officers are doing out there. Everything that comes in, and even with each of the CSOs in terms of the complaints that come in, the warnings, the citations that you guys are providing. And I mean, I think it's important to be able to, this is information that we get every month, that the public has access to every month, to be able to see that. I just wish for some of this data, because it doesn't give us a lot of elaboration in terms of what kind of contacts, to be able to have a little bit more detail. So not just for us as a council, but also for the residents to know, these are all the great things you guys are doing. I know you can't put too much in there, but at least a little bit more detail. But I know that you guys are out there, that you guys are doing the work. I do have just a couple of comments, because we hear it obviously with the public, but in terms of what I see, and I know you're right. I come from another city, obviously, where code enforcement had a whole department, right, and a lot of people to work with, and we don't have enough, and that's a reality. And so it's, what do we do with what we have? We obviously not just, with what we're gonna have with Measure A, but we have Measure Y, and we have that sunsetting in 2032, right, Mike? And so that's the other reality, is that a lot of the officers are also, public safety is funded under that Measure Y. And so looking at if that doesn't pass either, and looking into the future, then that's also gonna impact, public safety. So it's imperative that we start looking into, Measure Y, and how do we make sure that continues, because public safety is critical as well. But I think the other things too, as you said, the education component, and making sure that our residents aren't calling, 911, or aren't calling, the emergency or non-emergency number, but that there's more education and awareness of what are the resources that we have. I've come from other cities where there's a list of numbers that people have. Hey, if you have an issue with your water broke, here's who you call. If you have an issue with, code enforcement or a dog barking, here's who you call, right? So that's disseminated throughout the city, and people know, people have these numbers readily available. And I think it's something that I know that, we've tried, or I've tried to say, hey, even within our cards, that we have some of these critical numbers in the back of our,
Yeah.
of our business cards. So we're giving those out and people are having all those numbers. So I think it's more of, how do we do that? How do we utilize our community engagement? How do we utilize some of those services that we have to be able to do that? We have our civic group, we have our youth council. How do we make sure we utilize what we do have, and also I know at one point we had a citizens academy through the police department. Is it something that we can potentially do to be able to support having more of that awareness and support more engagement, so more people have raise awareness, because we have limited resources? How do we maximize?
You're absolutely correct. And so when you look at, and I can tell you from a big city, if you have a citizens academy, that's not a hub for them to come out and work. They just want to find out what police work's all about, but they're not interested in being part of the team. And so my opinion strictly is that if we bring back volunteer programs where people that are retired that just want to have something to do, like that's what we should be welcoming instead of trying to do a citizens academy. Because again, it's extra eyes for the police department, for people that are driving around that just want to be part of a team to help us combat whatever is going on in Soledad. So those are things that I want to bring to the city. Obviously, it's a work in progress, but when I have my conversations with retired folks all the time, especially some of the retired police officers I talk to at some of these events, I'm like, hey, if you're bored at home, I can surely use a volunteer. And, I've talked to the boss and I've talked to Fran, and I know we've had those before. We just need to bring them back because there's plenty of people out there that want to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I used to do neighborhood services and we had a volunteer
Mhm.
coordinator, right? And so things used to get done because you had both volunteers and neighborhood
Yep.
services. So it's, how do you do that, right? And how
Yeah.
do you bring that back? So
Yeah.
those are things that volunteers are out there. How do you engage them,
Yeah.
right? And we do have, community engagement. And for me, that was critical to the
Mhm.
city because we didn't have that before. So how do we start making sure that we're trying to, it's not gonna happen overnight, but how do we start trying to do that? I know I've heard a lot as well of our downtown and the signage ordinance. We don't have the capacity, I know that, but that has been something that we have ordinances in place. Our code enforcement officers can't be everywhere. But I think one of the things for me has been, how do we prioritize? What are the, and I know we have in our strategic goals, but it's even breaking that into even more prioritizations of what are the priorities under code enforcement, because, there's a lot of code enforcement policies that are being broken, or ordinances, like people putting their cars in the lawn, right? But that's not, you'll cite everybody, right? Or the signage in downtown, because the businesses are putting signage and we have ordinances against it, yet they're not being cited,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
And so starting to work on some of those things that we can do more education, but also saying, hey, that's, we have an ordinance against that. How do we start working on an educational campaign?
I
for some of
think
those things?
through the chair, and I can let Chief answer after, but the challenge that we're having, and that's what I think Beatrice was trying to elevate, is that we don't have any teeth in our municipal code. So for us, it's not, we do the educational piece, and yeah, we could do more engagement, but at the end of the day, the people who keep violating and kind of ignoring us, it's because we don't have the administrative citations. The administrative citations that we have are very low, and other jurisdictions have consistent with the state. I think for blight, it's 100, 300, and 500. And for building violations, it's 1, 5, and 1,000. And of course, some of those cities that have had those in place have gone up with escalation, but we don't even have that. Our citations could be very low outside of the, the parking in the vehicle. stuff. So when we're going out and doing zoning violations, which a lot of the issues in the downtown with the signage are zoning violations, there's only so many times we can go out and educate. We've educated, and they're just like, oh, okay, well, they're just thinking about like, I need to earn this money, and there's not really a consequence. So that's our priority right now, is getting the ordinances. And then we have some really serious cases too, and that we didn't really highlight this with the receivership cases, but we have some properties that either need abatement orders, or need to have maybe look at initiating the receivership process. And I think Beatrice mentioned this, we need a specialist to do that, because it's a lot of work. Having gone through, we've never done a receivership case, to my knowledge, in the city of Soledad, but having gone through it several times, it's a pretty involved process, and you need a specialist to do it, because you have people's due processes in play. You have to, you're talking about taking someone's property. So it's a very lengthy legal process before you get to that point. But those are the things, the tools that we're missing, that when we do our case conferencing, we're like, this case, we can't, we're not getting through. We've tried all of the strategies that that Chief has mentioned, and we are getting stymied because we can't take it to the next level. So that for us, which is also in the strategic plan as a priority, that is something that we want to do. In terms of, it's hard to prioritize and code enforcement, and this is just my experience, because even if we just went to, I can tell you what happens all the time, and I know Phil says the same thing. You go to one house, you get a call, someone complains, and you go to that house and you address that issue. What do you think happens the next day? That person calls and says, what about A, B, C, D, and E on my street? So now you have to be even-handed, right? You have to be fair. So now you're going to every single house with that same issue, because you have to, you can't favor one over the other. So that's kind of what inevitably happens in code enforcement. And as the chief said, that 90% of it is complaints, and part of it is that type.
Yeah, well, it's health and safety. I mean, health and safety issues are the priority, right? I mean,
and quite frankly, Mayor, if you really look at it, the amount and I gave you numbers, the amount of calls that they do take is the precedence, right? Because we can't not just go not answer that call. And so we're forced to take care of those first. That's first and foremost. We have to take care of calls that are being called in. And then all the other stuff falls in behind it. But there's just not enough time in the day to do that. And we can't have a CSO working 24/7, right?
Yeah.
We would love that, but it's just not. It's not.
No, thank you, Chief. And I get it. So I guess for the other component to this is really looking at the municipal ordinances that we have, and how do we really update those to make sure that we do have teeth.
Yeah.
Because some of them don't. And I think that goes back to some of the other ordinances too. I know the parking ordinances, I think this is my last 2 points, is parking issues. Obviously, we have to look at that. That's not easy, but we have ADUs. We have more of those coming. Parking's already an issue in a lot of our streets, so we have to figure that out in a careful way, how that we address that, because it's a monster. Right? And so,
Well, council member, city manager, Hunter can tell you that coming from bigger cities too, like you're sometimes told how many cars you can have per square footage of your house. And so the problem that we face in Soledad is that sometimes combined families are living in the same house, and it just doesn't work, right? And it's not that we're trying not to work with them. We're trying to, but you kind of like force the hand when we tell you, hey, we've done what we can do for you. You know, if you have to walk if you have to walk another 500 feet to park your car, right, you have to do it. So
Okay, and then I'm just gonna say thank you to your officers, because I know they're working on, you talked about the SNP, you talked about you talked about the dogs and all of that. I know we have a breeding ordinance, but obviously we do need more of the spay and neuter, and I know that there's something that's been, obviously, we had services before, we had a contract before for more of the spay and neuter under one of our, I think it was the Measure S or Y funding in the past that didn't continue, but there is a need, right?
Yeah.
There's no longer a veterinary care, and obviously those services are critical. But looking at how do you do, the city of Seaside has mandatory spay and neuter ordinance, how do you bring that, but also doing the services, because you can't.
Yeah.
Mandatory ordinance when you don't have.
Yeah.
access to the
Absolutely.
services. So
Absolutely.
I know your office is like, and looking at those ordinances as well, so thank you for being proactive on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Trying to figure out how we can do something here that's going to be,
If we can not have people drop more dogs off at the SPCA, would be fine.
And I realized that we are the second, so I hadn't seen the data.
Yeah.
And when I looked at the data and the numbers, the city of Salinas is the number one that takes animals to the city, to the SPCA. Seaside, and that's our second highest from our county. So, yeah, and something has to be done. So thank you for giving us those data points.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that. So thank you, Megan. So I know it's getting late and we want to make sure that we just have one more thing and a couple of other things. So thank you, Chief. I
Thank
think
you.
code enforcement went long, but we had, I know council wanted this presentation for a long time, so thank you for bringing this forth.
Thank you.
Real quick, council, if I could just remind you to make sure your microphones are on and that you're speaking close enough. We've got some comments from those on Zoom that are not hearing your comments.
Let me turn off.
Yeah, I've turned mine off. Okay. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So mine's on now. Okay, council. So with that, we're going to move on then to our next item, which is council direction regarding city position on the development of ICE detention facilities in the Bay Area and Central Coast regions. And I will turn this over to our city manager to provide a report.
Yeah, and I'm going to make this quick. I think I was asked if we could take some positions on ICE detention facilities, and there's obviously a lot going on in terms of many jurisdictions protesting them for a myriad of reasons. But we really didn't have this in the legislative platform. It's not really a legislative matter per se. It's more in response to, I guess, the federal government building these facilities in and around our area. So I think in light of that, it's important that since it's not part of the legislative platform and staff doesn't have clear direction, I put it on the agenda for city council direction to see if you wanted to take a position on ICE facilities. And it can be general. There can be some direction as to what type of involvement the city would have. It could right now, it's really regarding the Bay Area and Central Coast regions, which would more likely affect us because that's where our residents are likely to be housed. But any type of feedback related to that it would be helpful. So you can see I'm not going to go over my staff report, but really it's to hear from you. And so I'll keep my report to that only. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. And let me take it out to the public first to see if there's any comments, and then I'll come back and since I requested to have it on the report, I'll make some comments and then open it up to the council. So let me take it out to the public to see if there's any comments from those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay. There is no comment. So yeah, thank you, Megan. As Megan mentioned, you know, it's not necessarily on the platform, but it is having to do with immigration. And I think as part of the platform in terms of immigration, I know that is part of what the platform entails. And since many of our residents are of mixed status families, and we have a large immigration population in Monterey County, and especially in our community as well, I thought this was important. Last week, I've gone from several individuals, and I think most of you guys probably had heard about this as well, that there was an immigration facility or ICE detention facility coming with to Gilroy, and there's one also in Dublin, as is in the report. And there was Santa Clara County that was opposing it, obviously because of the impacts that it would create, not just in Santa Clara County, but also in Monterey County, given the high population of our immigrant families that we had. So I wanted to make sure that this was brought forth to the city council so we can have an opportunity to be able to discuss whether what we wanted to do, and to be able to also stand in strong opposition to this, as I know the council in the past has been has had a position of making sure that we protected our citizens, that we stood strong in terms of ensuring that we reaffirmed our commitment to our immigrant families and our mixed status families that we had here, understanding that there is a lot of fear still within our community with a lot of the federal policies that are happening, given our demographics. And Soledad, being 80% of our population is Latino, 70% speak another language, mainly Spanish, and 30% of our population is foreign born. So with that also, I had the opportunity to read the Attorney General, the California Attorney General released a report on May 15th regarding the conditions in the federal immigration facilities in California. And there's really significant and deplorable data regarding what happens in these ICE facilities in regards to cruel and inhumane and that's an acceptable treatment in these facilities. And they don't even follow their own detention standards and fail to protect people's basic rights and well-being. So with that, I wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to discuss this. I do have I know Megan put in the report some of the recommendations. I do have some recommendations that I would like to make sure that we do write a letter of opposition to our state legislators and our federal legislator delegation. Also to our governor, to both facilities, FC Dublin facility and also the Gilroy facility, that there is a location that they've identified, which is at 7240 Halsclaw Road in Gilroy. And then also there is June 2nd, there's a public hearing that you can submit public comments as well for the Dublin facility. And then also just continue to support state legislation that's related to the oversight of federal detention facilities, and then review our zoning ordinance to ensure that these type of federal detention facilities aren't not permissible here in our city's jurisdiction. So those are just some of the recommendations that I would like to move forward, and just wanted to open it up to the council for discussion on this. So anyone that wants to make any comments.
The button on. I'll just make a comment that I also am in opposition of these, and I would agree with the mayor's direction for council.
I'd like to, move forward, and of course, protecting our families, not just here, but, Monterey County and all the counties that are close by to Gilroy and Morgan Hill and Dublin area. So you had mentioned, Mayor, that there's no detention facilities here in California, correct?
No, there's 7.
There's 7.
There's 7, yeah. There's 7 active. And our understanding is there's the Dublin facility that they're currently looking at, and then the one in Gilroy. And we still don't have a lot of the details regarding, they're still looking at, you know, the, all we currently know, what we have in the article that was, in your packet, that they are starting to do some construction in terms of fencing the facility at that location. They haven't built it. We don't know the details of that. But the one in Dublin, they already started the environmental review process and looking at that one. That's what we do know.
So Dublin City Council should have denied it. But I mean, that's just my comment. But
Yeah, through the chair, remember, like, each part of government trumps another. So the city probably doesn't have much jurisdiction. Where cities have been on land use, where cities have been more effective is related to infrastructure, that, you know, stating that they don't have the infrastructure, mainly, I think, water and sewer capacity to support.
And just to add a little bit of that, there is not much space in Soledad they can build. So I think that in terms of us having something like that is almost impossible. The other thing that I heard is that they looking into opening all the prisons or jails or even private prisons that are empty, so they can use them. I think that in the Gilroy facility, if I'm correct, something like that was opened back in first President Trump first term. I remember my wife and my kids went to do a demonstration over there back in those years. So it might be just ready to open. We don't have enough information, but I think that we're supporting the opposition. I think that this request comes from Senator, what's her name?
So Congresswoman Lofgren.
That came also part of LULAC, and they had a presentation on that last Saturday. And we are also, as an organization, we're also opposing that. So I think it is a great idea that we can send a letter in opposition, and if they need what signature, let us know.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and just to clarify, the letter would be in opposition, and it would go to Senator Laird, Speaker Rivas, our federal delegation, which includes obviously Congresswoman Lofgren and Governor Newsom.
Okay. I'm also in agreement with the mayor's recommendation. I believe, I think we're all in a danger of getting picked up, or whether you're legal, or it's you know, given the past experiences that ICE has been very brutal, even to the point where they're killing people. I'm in agreement with the mayor. Send out that letter.
Yeah, thank you, Council. And then Megan, maybe I'll ask you, and I don't know if I know Mike is here, but I know even though we may not have now the current, you know, capacity, I know obviously we'll, you know, at some point, you know, Soledad may not stay the same, but just to ensure that we don't have our ordinances, and I know the federal government can trump us, but that our ordinances don't allow for these type of federal facilities within our city's jurisdiction.
I think it is a little bit challenging, and I think Mike can probably weigh in terms of you know, land use. You sort of have to look at a use. We can kind of take a look at what facility.
We can take a look at, we can certainly look at the issue of of trying to prevent facilities from being located in Soledad, and so forth. I'm not sure how far we're going to get because, as Megan indicated, there are many instances in which the federal government will, no pun intended, but trump the local law. So, but we can definitely, with your direction, look into that issue as to, and look to some of our sister cities and what they have done or what they're planning on doing, and see if we can follow suit.
Yeah, and I think the biggest risk in this area would be the prison. I think that is the right comment. Probably in our jurisdiction with almost very little land available, I think the risk is extremely low, even if the federal government could come in and try to force it on us. But as Mike said, we'll take a look.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. So I'll add that as part of the recommendation. And I know that the county was looking into something similar, and they had their Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday with a similar recommendation. So you can take a look at some of the language that they'll potentially be using as part of their recommendations as well. Okay, council, so thank you for that. So any additional comments? Okay, so with that, then I'll entertain a motion then to approve the letter with the recommendations.
Mike, they don't need a motion, I think, on this. It was more direction. Is that correct? Like consensus?
Mike, so you just need direction. So we provided direction.
I'm sorry, I was on mute and I was talking away to myself here. You know what? I think that it would make it stronger for purposes of preparing the letter if we have something that says that there was an actual vote on the matter. So it's fine to go ahead and have it voted on.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second by Councilwoman Bañuelos, a first by Councilmember Cabrera. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you, council. We will move on to our next item, which is mayor's reports and acknowledgements. And I will do my quick report. On May 7th, Megan and I met with Monterey County Weekly staff to discuss how they can help us to cover more of the events that the city has now or is proposing in the future, to be able to be featured on the Spanish South County newspaper, which is pretty exciting that they'll be doing more coverage for South County. On May 11th, Megan and I met with staff from Speaker Rivas's office to be able to share some of our concerns regarding the Haciendas project. On May 12th, I attended the senior social at the community center. On the May 13th, I met with a high school senior that wanted to do an interview in regards to the responsibilities of the mayor. On May 15th, I joined Mothers Who Advocate from Gonzales and Monterey County Behavioral Health staff on the Maternal Mental Health Day here in Soledad, and we walked on Front Street advocating and raising awareness on Maternal Mental Health Day. On May 18th, I had a one-on-one with Megan and also attended the joint workshop with it was a Sigma workshop with Monterey County Water Resources Board. And on the 19th, I met with Marina Working Group and Ana Ambris to discuss a potential grant opportunity, which the city was already working on in regards to submitting an application for a green state project, or it was a greenery grant from the state. And so with that, also one of my acknowledgements is going to be wanted just to do a shout out to all of our graduates that have either graduated already last week or getting ready to graduate from our universities and our community colleges, MPC, Hartnell College. So a shout out to them, to our students, and to our families. Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over to Councilwoman Bañuelos.
So I have a short list because it's my birthday month, so I was gone for a few days. So um, for May 11th, I did attend the Horses Carriage Club Salinas region. I was invited also to be part of that. May 13th, I attended the Soledad Historical Society meeting, and I want to say thank you for the city for putting those bids for the roof. May 13th, I attended the meet and greet with the finalists for the new superintendent for the Soledad School District. It was very nice that we had a couple of residents that were there as well to meet and greet her. May 18th, I attended and I was a special guest announcer for the Soledad Little League T-Ball Brave and Giants team. They invited me to do the special announcements for closing ceremonies this Friday from 4 to 6. So everyone is welcome to attend and support our Soledad Little League. May 18th, I did have a briefing with Megan. May 19th, I did attend the Soledad Cemetery Board announcing applications for new groundskeeper. Also save the dates for August 22nd for the 100-year celebration, and to save the date for the Dia de los Muertos. Also, I did attend today a special district board meeting to honor those who are retiring and from the school district. And I also met yesterday with a Hartnell student for her Women of Achievements for her school project. And I just want to say thank you. And I will be in attendance to support her as well. Also, I will be participating this Friday at the Gavilan School for Career Day. And also, I want to just give my last 30 seconds. If there's last 30 seconds, Darlene? Not yet? Okay, so if you can let me know my last 30 seconds. Also, just a reminder that there is a Memorial Day service at 10 a.m., American Legion Post 32, along with the Soledad Cemetery and all those as well. Special announcement as well on Memorial Day. The museum will be open for a special memorial display for those who served and lived in Soledad. So it's going to be from 11 to 3 on Monday at the museum. And also on this Saturday, we will be hosting a community cleanup on behalf of the Soledad Cemetery from 9 to 1. So any of you who are interested in helping at least 1 hour, 2 hours, that would be great. And 30 seconds, I want to also, in the last 5 seconds, a moment of silence for Greg Diaz, Hook Dog, who owned Greg Car Wash Mobile, who passed away unexpectedly last week. Thank you.
On 7, I have to go along with the computer, Valera and Daniela's the prayer day in the morning, and then we also attended the prayer day for Clinical High, which was incredible. I also attended on the 9th, the Academia Civica, here on this room on the 9th, and on the 11th, I attended the meeting. I wanna congratulate in advance the guys from the graduates from Clinical High, and also the other ones from the graduating class from the adult school, which I'm proud graduate from that school, and I will be attending. But my last thing is I want to congratulate Vanessa. Vanessa Aguilar, which is now playing for the Las Sirenas Monterrey and Monterrey Football Club. So we attended the other day, but she will be playing on the derby. One more thing is Friday, this
that was born here in Soledad. He's being repatriated to the United States. I my family here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And I want to make sure maybe if you can send that to all the council members, so we'll be obvious and that. Thank you. I came in.
So that in this moment, Councilmember Manuel, and Councilmember Cabrera, the National Day prayer at the platform, along with a lot of community leaders in the Catholic Church. City manager. Then, I'd like to congratulate us on that. This is so I hope I was like, yeah, I like that short.
I'm sorry.
We have a reschedule of the immigration committee for Friday, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'll follow up with
You'll
you.
Follow up, yeah. Okay. So future agenda items. Did I say anything? Oh, my goodness. Okay, Mayor Protem, sorry.
Seems like there's a lot of. I'm excited about the event happening on Friday of honoring a soldier. I do want to say, unfortunately, I can't make it. That's commencement for Monterey Peninsula College, which is my job, and I'm excited though for that one because I get to read out and call out the names of the graduates. So I'm pretty excited. I just wanted to quickly say again, congratulations to all the graduates, but another event that I'm missing also happening on Friday. So my cousin, Detective Janelle Arroyo, will be graduating with her Master's of Science in Global Criminology from San Jose State University. And as we heard earlier, she is born and raised in the city of Soledad, and her family also contributes a lot to our city. So I just wanted to give her a quick shout out. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Apologize for that. Okay, so future agenda items. Oh, Megan, city manager's report.
Megan now.
I'm going to be super quick, but I have to mention a couple of things. First of all, acknowledgement of the police department who was participating in the torch run for Special Olympics. That was really great. I also wanted to mention that I'm so sorry I can't attend the memorial service on May 25th. Unfortunately, well, happily, my daughter is coming from New York City to Los Angeles, where we have to meet her if we're going to see her. So I will be there. I wanted to let you know that we have the Clean Air Center ribbon cutting on May 28th at 3:30 p.m. The public is invited. We'll also have smoke detectors because it's wildfire prevention month. So it's really important. This is another important thing that our fire department does. Reminder that June 2nd is the primary election. So don't forget to vote. We do have a collection for mail-in ballots right in front of City Hall if you wanted to place it there before June 2nd, by June 2nd, or vote at your polling place. On June 3rd at 5:30, we have the Pride flag raising event. On June 3rd, there will be a meeting of the water board to discuss the Hacienda apartments and the forced consolidation. That will be at the community center at 6 o'clock. Because of that event, our next council meeting will be June 10th, not on June 3rd. And that is it. Thank you.
And through the
Thank you,
share,
Megan.
could
Yes.
we send a notification to put something on our website so that people know?
Sure, absolutely. We'll make sure.
The 10th and the 17th.
So yes, we'll have
Change.
the meeting, we'll have back-to-back meetings, the 10th and the 17th. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll make sure that's noticed so the community knows of that change. And also the public notice on the haciendas as well. Right? Do we have the public note that's not
That's
ours?
not our meeting, but we'll put it on, we'll figure out how to post it so that public knows about it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, council future agenda items. Okay, no, I don't have a future agenda item, but I do have a request, Megan. I know we talked about not having a budget only because we are gonna continue the budget, but I would like to request that we do make a statement on the continuance of a budget for our community, at least to post. And so at least so that way they know we're doing a continuing budget if we can, to be able to just to even post a letter on there. So I'll give you what I have in mind from a sample.
Okay.
There's no other items of business.